1984 film features the cute, small Mogwai. And I'm not going to have access to our phones.
Well, send postcards.
Here as of now, but what I can do is go back to Jason Fahan at the studio. Jason, if you'll mention someone's name in my talkback here and pull them up on the phone lines, I'll just ask them if they know the answer. Okay, he's talking to me right now. He's trying to get a name and see if we can go to someone. All right, we're going to go to Angie. Angie, are you there? Can you hear us?
You beautiful.
Angie.
I used to sing that to my sister just to piss her off.
Oh, my God.
Did she hate it?
Yeah,
Angie. You beautiful.
Yeah. I still love you, girl. Angie, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, we got you. All right, Angie. The 1984 film features the cute, small Mogwai. What movie is it?
Gremlins.
That's correct. Yes, you got it. Hang on.
Thank you.
We'll get your information, and then we will give you our prize. We have a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. And if you're in the mood for seafood, Bonefish Grill's got you covered with new summer specials like shrimp rangoon dip and pineapple glazed shrimp paired perfectly with zesty key lime cake for dessert. You can visit bonefishgrill.com for information. All right, let's get into some of these stories that I have for you. We're going to start with Ezra Miller.
Oh, my God.
So Ezra Miller, where's my trash can? Here it is. All right, Ezra Miller. Rolling Stone investigation published Thursday found that the actor is housing a 25-year-old woman and her 3 young children at their home in Vermont. So Ezra has a farm in Vermont.
Yes.
And sources tell the outlet that they're concerned with the living arrangements because Miller's home has unattended guns and mature marijuana plants growing on the property. And according to the insider, the woman's 1-year-old child picked up a loose bullet and put it in her mouth.
We used to keep a bowl of bullets in the candy cupboard.
For the kids.
Yeah. Wow.
All right,
yeah.
but there's more to this. So
All right.
The children's father claims that the Flash star flew the mother and children from Hawaii to Vermont in mid-April without his knowledge, and he was not able to see or speak to them before the departure. The mother, though, who Rolling Stone does not name, says that Miller had helped her escape from a violent and abusive ex.
No, I saw that, yeah.
And Miller, this person said, helped me finally have a safe environment for my 3 very young children. So there might be more than meets the eye here, although we've seen that Ezra can be quite unhinged.
What has to happen, Preston, is he has to come forward, whether that is through a lawyer or whether that is himself. I would recommend a lawyer, and start putting statements out. If he has information that is countering this narrative, DC has walked away. They're going to release the Flash movie, but he's no longer going to be the Flash.
Right. So anyhow, we'll see if there's a follow-up to this story next week. Brad Pitt said that his reputation for being aloof and self-absorbed might be tied to an undiagnosed medical condition. The Oscar-winning actor told GQ that he might suffer from prosopagnosia. Now, he's talked about this before. Prosopagnosia is also called face blindness.
Oh, I thought, okay, go ahead.
And the National Institutes of Health defines prosopagnosia as a neurological disorder that causes an inability to recognize faces.
What other celebrity said they had this as well?
Us.
No, there was somebody else besides Brad Pitt.
He's the only one that I've ever heard of.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Prior to yesterday,
He did another interview in 2013 that touched on this. But he says that he wants to remember people's faces and feels ashamed when he can't. Nobody believes me, he said. And depending on the disorder's severity, people can have difficulty recognizing a familiar face or distinguishing a face as being different from an object.
I'm completely contrary to that. I'm great with remembering faces, horrible with names.
1 in 50 people have the disorder. Prosopagnosia can result from a stroke or brain injury or appear at birth as a genetic condition, and children born with it, quote, never had a time when they could recognize faces. Pitt has previously speculated about having it. In a 2013 interview with Esquire, he said that he has offended people because of his difficulty remembering the faces of people he meets. He told Esquire that year he was planning to get tested for prosopagnosia, and Carnegie Mellon extended an offer to have his brain imaged and examined by a neurologist. He said, so many people hate me because they think that I'm disrespecting them, but it's a mystery to me, and I can't grasp a face, and yet I come from such a design/aesthetic point of view. that I'm going to go get tested. So I don't know if he's done that yet or not.
Do you think you have that?
I just think I don't pay attention. It's terrible, but I think it's more that I don't think that I have
More ADD-ish.
Yeah, maybe.
Steve, I found a few other notable people that had this, including Steve Wozniak from Apple, Oliver Sacks, the neurologist, and one of our favorite interviews of all time, Jane Goodall.
How about that? Huh. So she can't, if a chimp comes up to her, hey, Jane.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bobo. I can't recognize.
Right.
Yeah.
Kendall Jenner and Devin Booker reportedly called it quits after 2 years of dating.
I can't tell you how this news caught us at home last night.
Yeah.
My wife and I spent the better part of an hour hugging and crying.
And apparently it was because they weren't aligned in the weeks following Courtney and Travis's wedding.
Try using that line when you break up with somebody. We're not aligned.
I knew something. When I called you last night, you were like, I can't talk right now.
I can't talk.
And you were like, I'll try and call you, and you never
This
called me
isn't
back.
you. Yeah, I know. Well, I cried myself to sleep, literally.
I get it now. Okay. It's all
An insider
even wet the bed.
told E! News that they had a really nice time in Italy together, but once they got back, they started to feel like they weren't aligned.
This is in Italy.
And realized that they have very different lifestyles.
Like one's a basketball player and one's a model.
Kendall told Devin that she wanted space and time apart. Despite the recent split, the sources said the pair are still on friendly terms.
I think it's because it doesn't match up with who her sisters are dating right now.
Yeah,
so
she has to date somebody who's all tattooed up.
right,
and
exactly.
Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think you're right about that.
So
Kathy.
Kim changed that, so now they're going to all head that way.
So they're all going to go with like goofy, quirky comedians now?
But just no, like
Just or pale tattooed dudes.
A little of both.
Yeah.
I think
All right.
We'll see, Steve. Let's see what comes next, but I think a little of both.
So hang on. Courtney started dating, and her and Travis are together. So did she start
Did she start it? Maybe she started if she was first.
Yeah, she might be. All right.
All right. Let's see. Cheer star Jerry Harris could be facing 15 years in prison. According to documents obtained by TMZ, the U.S. Attorney's Office is recommending 15 years behind bars for pleading guilty to one count of receipt of child pornography
Jesus.
and one count of traveling with the intent to engage in illicit sexual conduct. They also requested that he get 10 years of supervised release once he gets out of prison.
Is this a Netflix show?
Yeah.
Cheer. When
Right.
he said Cheers star.
Yeah. Ted Danson.
Well, so when he said Cheers star,
Right.
I thought it was Cheers star, but
Right.
it's the star
Cheers
of the
star.
show Cheer.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
But yeah, that's I've watched a little bit of that show.
What do you think of it?
I don't get it.
Yep.
I mean, they're cheerleaders and it follows them, but they treat them like they're really big stars, and I guess they kind of have found a niche audience that really kind of
It appeals to? Yeah.
So, but anyhow, this guy, his hearing is scheduled for June 28th. Sarah Jessica Parker wishes that people would just that they would stop applauding her for being brave just because she doesn't always hide her grays. She sold Glamour.
Steve,
Really?
knock it off, Steve. I mean, you do it all. You
I
applaud
do it all the time.
every
yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
You're applauding her.
She said, I can't spend time getting
I'm more impressed with her quarter mile.
getting base color every 2 weeks. She further pleaded, please applaud someone else's courage on something.
Yeah.
The actress says that
I can't stand being applauded for courage.
she doesn't understand why she's supposed to be spending that much time thinking about aging. She said there's been far more peripheral chatter about my time spent on Earth than I've spent thinking about it myself.
She's so right.
I mean,
So.
she is brave with that base color on her hair.
Right, how
Kill me.
yeah. Ray Liotta's fiance is struggling 1 month after his passing. JC Natolo wrote on Instagram, there are no words properly describe what one goes through with this type of unexpected loss, and I miss him every second of the day. She added that she's thankful for the big blended family, writing our lives right now are so fragile, yet we are holding each other up. And there's still no word really on
his how he died.
I guess they're waiting on toxicology.
They were just about to be married, right? They were coming up right on the wedding.
Yeah, so that's got to be obviously devastating to her in many, many ways. Denise Richards is following her 18-year-old daughter's example and joining OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm.
The former Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star announced on Instagram that she'll be producing content on the adult site for $25 a month. The announcement comes just 1 week after Sammy Sheen join the site. So
Sammy Sheen.
So Denise.
Well, when's Charlie going to join then at this point? This
now,
is my nutsack.
There's no guarantee. If you're on OnlyFans, there is no guarantee whatsoever that it's going to be risque content.
No, in fact,
naked.
It started more as sort of a like artists would put up stuff, and there were comedians, and it was another sort of way to get through.
Yeah.
But now the perception is instantly it's a porn site.
Yep, exactly. Isn't it wild? Sorry if you hear the beeping in the background. They're actually driving vehicles inside of the room that we're in. These are trucks.
It's cool
that they can pull inside of the expo center.
We should drive trucks around our studio.
I would love to do that sometime. All right, so Mike, the situation, Sorrentino, who in 2019 served time in federal prison for tax evasion, owes Uncle Sam $2.3 million in unpaid taxes over the course of 5 years.
How in the F do you go through that original run in prison for tax evasion and let it happen again?
Legal documents show that the 39-year-old Jersey Shore star's debt to the IRS, the debts are from 2010, 12, 13, 15, and 16.
I think the issue is he goes to H&R MOOC.
That must be it. But it looks like he's on, kind of the almost every other plan of actually paying his taxes.
Come on.
He was hit with the tax lien in April, and a New Jersey clerk confirmed that it remains, open and outstanding. So his publicist said in a statement, Michael Sorrentino has been working diligently to comply with his current and past tax obligations, and he will continue to do so.
I'll do better.
After he and his brother pleaded guilty to filing falsified tax returns on nearly $9 million in January 2018, Sorrentino was handed an 8-month prison sentence in October of that year. And since then, he has become an outspoken advocate for Alcoholics Anonymous and welcomed one-year-old son, Romeo Rain Sorrentino.
Still not an advocate for good accounting.
So I guess, Steve, since they pleaded guilty in 2018, the ones that I had mentioned are from 2010, 12, 13, 15, and 16. I don't think he did it again. I think he just...
Oh, this is still following through on the original series of crimes?
It's what it seems like, yeah. So
it's a little bit of nostalgia for him.
Yeah, right. Chelsea Handler is suing the lingerie company Third Love for breach of contract.
And I kind of see her point.
According to the lawsuit, the brand failed to fairly compensate her for an advertising campaign that had hired her to spearhead. The complaint filed in Superior Court of California Thursday states that both parties allegedly agreed upon a compensation of $1,060,000 plus expenses. However, the shoot was allegedly canceled at the 11th hour. The comedian believes that the creative team never obtained approval from its board of directors before making the agreement. Handler claims that Third Love refused to compensate her for the canceled shoot in violation of their agreement, despite repeated requests for the company to do so.
Did you hear her complaint, though? Her complaint was she went through all of this. She was dieting, and she went through like a training regimen.
Right.
She said she was preparing for a superhero role because they were going to start taking pictures. And she says, I was starving myself in December, and she was right. She was getting in shape for the shoot that never happened.
Yep. Married couple, actor Mandy Patinkin and Catherine Grody are getting a Showtime pilot based on their social media videos.
Is it called Totally Grody?
No.
It should be.
The scripted comedy called Seasoned follows the delightfully tumultuous relationship and life of a successful, gregarious, deeply committed, slightly insane married couple played by Patinkin and Grody, roles that they have been rehearsing for the last 43 years. So they are getting their...
Will their daughter Gag Me With a Spoon be in it as well?
Show. Not that I know of. Totally Grody. Game of Thrones author George R.R. Martin confirmed on his blog Thursday that Kit Harington will reprise his role for the upcoming Game of Thrones spinoff Snow. And he wrote that it was Kit Harington who brought the idea to us.
I need work.
Martin said, I cannot tell you the names of the writers and showrunners since that has not been cleared for release yet. But Kit brought them into his own team, and they are terrific. I hope this turns out to be a good show.
I think it should be he runs a ski school.
I mean, it's in the name.
Right?
Snow.
Absolutely.
Come on.
So, what's the name? It's the ice. What's the guy that they Walker? What's that guy?
Texas Ranger.
Walker told me.
Ice Walker, Texas Ranger.
The main villain that they ended up fighting.
Yeah,
Jon Snow told me I have AIDS.
No, the Night King.
The Night King. I'm telling you,
Jon Snow told me I have AIDS.
Not to ruin anything, but they should have made her the Ice Queen at the end,
Like in Frozen.
Like in Frozen.
Like
I like that.
And that, I mean, when that the series ended, and don't get me wrong, I loved it all the way up to the end, but like I was expecting this one thing. I'm like, this would be the perfect ending to the series.
Right.
Nobody called me, Steve, to this. Nobody said, hey.
Here you are sitting there, cheese doodle dust on your fingers, and none of these high-powered execs are calling you.
How should we end this series? Because I thought it was a perfect ending to the series. The dragon should have carried her off, and then off in the distance.
And then they start a ski school.
You see, yeah. You know?
Do we have to think of everything?
Nah.
And then you hear the music. We go together like
ding-a-ding-a-dong.
Yeah, I see it. I see it now, Casey.
Yes.
It's a brilliant idea. Maybe they
Doing
could
ski school, Game of Thrones, and Grease all in one.
It can't lose.
All right, just a couple more quick things. Netflix is teaming up with Robert Rodriguez to create a new family of spies. According to Deadline, the latest Spy Kids chapter. And as always, he pulls in big names.
I love the Spy Kids. I mean, well, they were fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I love the fact that it's Machete is like literally
the lovable uncle.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But there have been tons of top name actors that have been.
Stallone
was in him. Yeah. Gina.
It was an honor.
Gina.
I was in Spy Kids. It was very good.
He played like 8 different characters in it as well.
Yeah.
So
he's in the new Guardians too.
Gina Rodriguez, Zachary Levi, and Everly Carganila. Help me out, Stallone.
Is Emily Kagagabra.
Oh, thank you. That's it. And newcomer.
Down the wingy dong. We go together like giggly googloo.
Travolta and Stallone friends. Giggly goo.
Yes, it's actually Stallone directed.
That's what. Yeah.
Travolta for Staying Alive, and then there was another movie they did. Staying Alive was horrible.
Yeah. Do you remember the cameo with Stallone?
They bumps into the street. Yeah.
Yes.
Bumped into me.
Hey, Kathy, sidebar
The
conversation.
dialogue was my favorite.
So, Kathy, did you see this video of this guy? I think it's a girl who paints John Travolta's face on one side of her face and then Sandy on the other side, and does a lip syncing duet of Summer Nights.
Oh my God, I love it.
Okay, I got to show it to you, and then we'll have.
I want to see that. Did you see the orangutan in the golf cart?
I did, as a matter of fact.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
You like that?
It made me laugh so hard. I mean, he looks like he's really going somewhere.
Like he's going to get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, or bananas.
That's right.
He's a monkey.
It would make more sense. Absolutely. All right. Anyhow, they're going to have a new Spy Kids, and it's going to be through Netflix. So some other big names will be announced down the road.
Hey, look at it. I can't take it. I'm going to piss myself.
This, for those who haven't seen it, this is the music that plays while the orangutan is driving the.
It's one of the most chill.
Ocean Spray Cranberry.
Right.
It is,
but I don't care.
No, I agree. All right. Anyhow, we have movies opening this weekend that we need to mention. Here we go. All right, opening this weekend, Elvis finally hits the silver screen.
That's right, man.
It's a biography drama starring Austin Butler, Tom Hanks, Helen Thompson. The film explores the life and music of Elvis Presley, seen through the prism of his complicated relationship with his enigmatic manager, Colonel Tom Parker. And the story delves into the complex dynamic between Presley and Parker, spanning over 20 years. From Presley's rise to fame to his unprecedented stardom, against a backdrop of the evolving cultural landscape and loss of innocence in America. 2 hours and 39 minutes long. Pretty chunky time.
Yeah, it's a big story.
PG-13, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes, 81%. So that's a good score.
I'm a Baz Luhrmann fan, I have to say. A lot of people don't quite dig his approach, like in the Great Gatsby movie that he did. He uses some contemporary music and gets very creative with the camera. Some people think it's excessive, but I like it. I like what he ends up with.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, Rodney, we're going to check in with Brent when we're done with we play the clips. We're not going to have to do it next? We're not going to connect. Okay.
We're not going to do it.
We're not going to.
They had a problem with the monkey.
All right.
Stallone is our new engineer.
Thank you.
Rodney and Stallone.
All right. The Black Phone also opens this weekend. It's a horror film starring Ethan Hawke, Mason Thames, and Madeleine McGraw. I don't know if it's Thames or Thames, so that's why I said it that way. The plot is Finney, a shy but clever 13-year-old boy, is abducted by a sadistic killer and trapped in a soundproof basement where screaming is of little use. When a disconnected phone on the wall begins to ring, Finney discovers that he can hear the voices of the killer's previous victims, and they are dead set on making sure that what happened to them doesn't happen to Finney. Ooh.
So this is the writer-director who did Sinister, which I love.
I don't know that movie.
It's the Ethan Hawke is in it as well. He plays a Steve.
Oh, he finds the films.
Yes.
In the house that,
Yes.
that they move into, and
Yeah.
it's from a serial killer,
And
right?
he's the evil guy in this now.
Wow. Okay. It's an hour and 42 minutes. Rated R. That's an interesting concept where the haunted entities are the good guys. It's
Trying to help, yeah.
Okay.
But
wow.
but they say that Hawke's performance is just sensational. They're saying this is the creation of a new Freddy Krueger, a new
Wow. Okay.
that powerful.
Rated R, wide theater release, Rotten Tomatoes, 87%, so a big one. And then the last one is Marcel the Shell with Shoes. Comedy animation stars Jenny Slate, Rosa Salazar, Thomas Mann. Marcel is an adorable 1-inch tall shell who ekes out a colorful existence with his grandmother Connie and their pet Lint.
Their pet is actually Lint.
Oh my God!
This thing is adorable. I swear, have fun with it because it's really cute. It's shown up in a whole bunch of different. They spliced it into other animated movies.
It's stop motion mixed with live action. It looks really great.
And Jenny Slate is terrific as the voice. I highly recommend it.
Once part of a sprawling community of shells, they now live alone as the sole survivors of a mysterious tragedy. But when a documentary filmmaker discovers them amongst the clutter of his Airbnb, the short film he posts online brings Marcel millions of passionate fans, as well as unprecedented dangers and new hope at finding his long-lost family. Hour and a half long, rated PG, theater release, Rotten Tomatoes, 100%.
There you go.
Did you get to see it, Nick?
No, but I've seen the shorts before and the trailer, and it looks really cute. I definitely want to see this.
No, absolutely.
All right, clips.
Absolutely.
Let's do the clips. Here we go. All right, we are going to start here. Kevin Hart plays a New York City man named Ted who ends up being confused as a hitman. Excuse me, that was a burp. As a hitman in the movie The Man from Toronto. And in this clip, he explains why people should not teddy things. All right, hit it, Jason.
I would say the biggest thing you should not do is probably teddy things, which is the traditional lapse in judgment and trial and error of making simple things just bad things. That's something that you should not do. Avoid the simple problems.
What the?
The Man from Toronto can now be streamed on Netflix. And here's our next clip. After 10-plus years, Mike Judge returns to voice and create the new film Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. In this clip, he explains how the rock band Portugal the Man, along with the movie idea, convinced him to make the infamous character's return. Here we go. Clip.
The band Portugal the Man asked me to do this thing to introduce them at Coachella, and I just gave it a try and listened back and thought, I still sound like Beavis and Butthead. I don't know how many more years I have where my voice will still sound like that, and it's fun to do. And then that combined with having this particular idea seemed like it would just be fun to do.
There you go. Again,
That's
twice.
97% on Rotten Tomatoes, believe it or not, Preston.
Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe can now be streamed on Paramount Plus.
And by the way, I love Portugal the Man. They have an album that came out in 2017 called Woodstock. Listen to the whole album. It's great. As a matter of fact, we played a track on our show because it sounded like Manthe. And
okay.
You did a really, really funny riff on like Snort Tort.
That's where we got Snort Tort.
Yeah.
snort.
Yeah.
We're going to need to do, and Nick had brought it up, going through our archive of sounds and drops and explain origins, because I've forgotten half of them.
All right. With that wrap, I've been told that I think we're going to check in with Brent Porsche via the phone. We were trying to get an engineering microphone set up, but in lieu of that, we're at least going to talk to Brent. So, Jason, if you could pull him up, we will see if we can get him live at Live Casino Philadelphia. Hey, Brent Porsche, you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, nice to have you on, sir. And this is our first two-location blood drive, and thank you for being there to cover the coverage, if you will.
Yeah.
My pleasure. So happy to be here. This is my second year coming down to here at Live Casino. And if you're parking in the parking garage, every level that you get off at the parking garage, it tells you that the blood drive is on level 2. So we're inside the event center. So if this is your first time coming down to the Live Casino here in South Philadelphia, we got signs all over the place. So you have an easy chance to find us. We have all sorts of cool shirts. I think you guys have outdone yourself this year with the Preston and Steve logoed blood drive T-shirts. I'm wearing my Preston and Steve rock and roll T-shirt from a couple years ago that you guys did when we were over at the Fillmore. We also got the tote bags courtesy of Window Nation. And while we're here at Live Casino, they're also giving us Live Casino Hotel coffee mugs while we're down here.
Whoa, that's nice.
Goodies. We have ever-fresh juices and waters and cookies and everything, and we got a handful of people that are waiting in line and ready to come in and donate blood for the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive.
Brett, we've got munchkins over here, so that's our perk, which is nice. But listen, yeah, that's cool, and we're excuse me, we're just getting started with the donors coming in. I can see that right now there's no waiting because everybody is at their stations where they're giving their information and doing their screening and all that good stuff. So, and this is our first time, obviously doing the live broadcast. So it's kind of we got to see the setup and all. And have you got your donors coming in? Because I think it started at 7 for you guys as well, right, Brent?
Yep, we have about 6 or 7 people that have already gone through the sign-up process, and they're waiting for their doc to come over and grab them and bring them over to the table, and I think that blood is going to be flowing soon.
So again, it's great because there's 2 locations, as you said, Preston, that wherever you're going, you have the opportunity to drop by. Now, obviously, you had to make the appointments in advance. Now the key is to make sure that if you did make the appointment, you get out and honor it. We'd really love to see you out at these locations. I know, Preston, we're going to go over after this and check out the other location, and then we have to remind people Pierre's going to be here doing his show as well.
Yeah,
so it's going to go all day. Yeah.
So we'll have full-on coverage. It's cool. What time are you there till, Brent?
I'm here till about 8 o'clock, and then I'll pass the baton over to King Dracula spelled backwards.
Excellent. Oh, he'll be in his heyday with all that blood around, man.
He's great.
All right, Brent, we'll check back in with you before you are done there for the day. So thanks for the heads up, man.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, Brent Poor.
Yay!
We got coverage all over the place.
It's great.
We're in the western burbs, and we're in the city, and we're doing what we can to, just really fill up those reserves for the Red Cross.
Here's the deal. In the year that we had the actual record breaker for the largest donation, you were here in spirit, but not here physically.
Yes.
This time around, we adjusted a few things, so we didn't lose the people who left the area on the weekend. We tried to put everything in place. I think we have a good shot. Don't want to put any, predictions, but I think we could do it.
I feel a record year.
Yeah.
Steve. I'm feeling it. So, all right, anyhow, hopefully we're going to see you this morning. If you do come by, we've got our broadcast area. If you're one of our donors, then you'll pop in and see what we're doing. But make sure you wave and say hello if you get a chance. And we just love that this is happening today on a Friday morning. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment with more from the I Bleed for Presidency Blood Drive. Stay with us on this lovely Friday.
Excellent. Yes. Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Amelia Clark?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
Yep. I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She's got just a wonderful beat.
Reach, You're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Oh, okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Oh, okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie Jerkoff.
Wait, one more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or her friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had Jerkoff as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the Jerkoff for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the Jerkoff way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God!
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure,
absolutely,
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize, anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, "I want to apologize. I love you." Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really? Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I am so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never...
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft...
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking, you're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning in to This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years, I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This way I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a
God.
transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
This is what I believe, yeah.
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe. This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Fleetwood Mac, the original video. Actually, the original video without the music is kind of boring.
Yeah.
It's neat, but you add that to it, and then it makes it happen.
see it.
You haven't seen it?
It's
so great.
It's wonderful.
Okay, all right.
It's just one of those where you're like, okay, I'm going to spend a minute or two watching this because it'll do me good.
Because the orangutan looks so cash.
Dude, like he's got his hand up, like a person.
Yeah, yeah.
You ever see a person with like driving with their window down, their hands like kind of like out the window, like
Yeah, a little
hanging up?
carefree.
Yeah. One hand on the steering wheel.
Just getting where I'm going. That's all there is to it. Well, anyhow, thank you. I appreciate that because I will watch that leading into the weekend. So I saw this article that I thought was kind of interesting. I wanted to pose this to you guys, or at least throw this out there for a chit chat. I don't know if this will turn into the junk drawer or not.
Or are you the chit chatterer?
I'm the chit chatterer.
Yes. Another one.
Three. Well, I'm not sure if it's junk
No,
drawer.
he's not sure. He's not sure. He's conflicted.
We'll see where this
He's a
goes.
conflicterer.
So anyhow, this is about something to think about after you have an argument with your significant other. 3% of 1,000 serious couples surveyed in a new YouGov poll said that they never argue. 3% of couples. But at the other end, 8% said they argue every day.
No.
Ooh.
That's no way to live.
Yeah. The biggest percentage was 16%, and it was a tie between those who say they argue multiple times a year and those who argue once a year or less.
All right. So, on average, in a given week, how many times do you argue with Rochelle?
In a week, probably none.
Same with me.
You know what I mean?
It's a rarity.
Yeah, it would have to really
I never argue with
like
Rochelle.
what I would call an argument.
I've never gotten in an argument with Rochelle, and that's
Ever.
why we belong together.
As far as like what I would call an argument.
Right.
Now, there are things that she pissed me off. She
Right.
did this, whatever.
Why did you put this in the sink is not an argument.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
When a full blown argument, man.
You got to go OJ.
Maybe
I mean, what do you
once a
argue
year or
over?
something like that. What's that?
I mean, what do you argue over? Like,
At this point.
yeah, I mean, just in general,
His,
right? Like,
his girlfriend.
No, it's the same three things all the time. Arguments are money, sex, or children.
Yeah.
Right.
I think, right? I'm like, on the
child
whole,
you had with the hook.
Yeah.
You paid
yes, she was expensive, and now the bank account is empty. And
And this kid who he doesn't look anything like me. I can't even pass him
Well,
off.
that knocks out all three of them. You get mad about the money you have to pay for the kid that you have with the hooker that you had sex with.
Overpaid the hooker and didn't wear a condom.
Yeah.
I mean, just generally speaking, like there are indications early on in a relationship that this is how it's going to be, right? So, like, I remember dating somebody who, and I really, it was a really good person, So I'm not trying to like knock the human being,
But you weren't meant to be together.
She just sort of felt like it was her right to always be like mad at me. Do you know what I mean?
No, I
Like,
completely know because we've had this discussion where people who are I'm just busting chops.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. That's not something I enjoy. I don't enjoy that contention.
Right.
And so Claire and I rarely ever, if it's something we'll get into it. But we've also gotten better at like. We'll go to our corners, and we'll revisit this.
My wife and I, we don't.
Cooler heads prevail.
We don't argue. Like we really don't. I'm not just saying this, but like we don't argue. Now we have gotten in fights.
Fist fights.
Well, I don't. I put my hands down,
and she
punches me, and that's not fine.
Do you get into? You don't get into like
the last argument
Right.
or fight that we got into was
over Game of Thrones
2 Novembers ago.
Okay, over what? Do you remember? If I may,
I was dishonest.
Okay,
I was dishonest. I got caught in a lie.
All right,
and it was just and I got caught in a lie, and I had to pay the piper, you know, and like. It was as simple as that, and I used it as a teaching moment for my children because they knew that my wife was mad at me, and I say, guys, I lied to your mom.
I have not been to Skylab.
No, I've never been. No, but
and it's funny, if I may, that how the arguments changed during the or can change. I can only go from my own experience.
Yeah.
The evolution of the relationship, because when Rochelle and I were in the early days of our relationship, I remember one of the biggest arguments we got into. This was our first apartment we lived in together, and so we would keep the cookie sheets, the pans, in the oven itself. Okay, so that was the storing space for them.
Oh, I remember this.
And I had the habit of turning on the oven without looking in there first and taking the pans out, and the oven would heat up. And I remember one time she said to me, this is the worst curse she's ever thrown at me. She looked at me and she goes, "How effing stupid are you?" And I'm like, I didn't ruin them. They're made to be put in the oven. They're not going to get hurt. And it was a screaming match back and forth. And it was, in hindsight, it's hilarious. We got that
in the
mad.
moment. How long did it last?
Oh, we were pissed at each other for a couple of days, you know. I mean, it was.
Oh, ice storm! I love walking into an ice storm.
And that's and we have had some champion runs, Claire and I, in the early years on long, like we're just basically ships that pass the night.
Yeah.
However, we got past that. The big Preston, you think about the stupidity of those early fights. This was an early one. I always got nervous putting on parties or gatherings because I'm like, my thing is, what if people don't have a good time?
Right.
What I didn't realize is if you provide booze and food,
they'll always have
you're
fun.
good to go. And so Claire knows this, and she's, of course, smart, and I'm a moron. And so we got into a big thing. Now it's routinely, we'll throw these big get-togethers. We got it now.
Yeah.
And it's like I feel like such an idiot. But in those moments, you know, those things get away from you, and but those are few and far between, not these every other day or multiple times a day.
Preston, has Rochelle since learned that that's not where you keep the cookie sheets?
Yeah. Well, in her defense, it was in an apartment, and we didn't have much storage space for the stuff in the kitchen. So, as far as what people argue about, and Nick had named a couple of these things, the top thing named actually was tone of voice or attitude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and
Wait, go ahead.
No, well, I was going to say, I'm like, that's why, this is the indications early on in a relationship. It's dude, I'm sorry, don't talk to me like that.
Yeah,
I won't talk to you like that, and you don't talk to me like that. And if anybody talks to you in a tone or a way that you don't like, then either tell them never again or go find another relationship with somebody else who's going to treat you right.
What you need to learn is the way people process things. I would say, like Preston, it would be like this. I put the cookie trays in the oven. You'd say it at that tone.
Right.
Claire would hear that as yelling.
Okay.
So in other words, and her truth is her truth. So the onus was on me to be, sweetheart, to bring it down.
Yeah.
And so because it doesn't matter the way I hear it, it's the way she's receiving it. And so once I got cool with that, I realized what I consider yelling.
I know. I'm the same way. And I've heard people recount.
Right.
And somewhere when I've been and I've seen the exchange, and he goes, well, they started yelling at me. I didn't hear anyone yelling.
But if Claire's hearing yelling, that's all I need to know.
Right.
So
there's an old therapy saying is it's how it lands on you.
That's it.
And Steve, you're non-yelling, which is in your tone. If you had said something like that to me, I wouldn't have perceived it as yelling. But Claire did, because that's how it landed on her. And Casey, you and I have talked about this many times, but it's often not what you say, but it's how you say it. You know, and so if you say something in a tone where somebody interprets it that way, and that's how it lands on them, that's how it lands on them.
Do you know what? Also, one of the absolute big things is, and it seems I think we've all done therapy at some point, right? You talk to a therapist. It's a good thing to do, especially gives you a third opinion. Is also the asking questions. can be can cause issues.
Yeah.
And I've learned that. Like, in other words, instead of ask, support and don't interrogate.
So, it's funny, Steve, because I've heard you talk about that. It's not like, all right, you can ask a question, but you're asking it the wrong way. So
Right.
I will, so like when it comes to, let's say, if the dogs have been fed,
Right.
I'm like, okay, I need to ask a question. Not in an accusatory manner.
Should I
right?
feed the dogs?
Should I feed the dogs?
Yeah.
And I will catch myself asking a question a way that I'm like, oh, this might sound argumentative, And I'm like,
yeah.
And that's not how I mean it. I just need to know if I should go get the dog food right now, not telling you, hey.
Should I expect a handy?
Right. But it also depends on the tone, because if he goes, oh, should I feed the dogs?
You seem like a good guy.
Preston, there's a text that came in, and I think it sums it up pretty well. It just says it's always the woman's fault.
Oh.
And I think it's fairly accurate.
Kathy, you can agree.
But
on that.
what if it's a male-male relationship?
Yep.
Still the woman.
Still,
Who's ever the submissive?
still Kathy's fault.
All right, so but besides the tone of voice or attitude being the number one thing that people argue about, second was money, and Nick had mentioned that. 28% after that, though, said, 26% communication styles.
That's
Yeah.
it's unbelievably critical. And you know what? Don't die on that hill or that battle. Thinking about the way you communicate, you can get past so much if you and it's not, you're not jumping through hoops.
Yeah.
You just have to realize, has anything ever caught you weird where someone did not have the intention of hurting your feelings at all? Realize you can do it as well to other people.
Yeah, my buddy just texted me. He goes, my wife says I'm not allowed to talk to her in my teacher voice.
Oh, I've said that.
Have you
Stop talking to me like I'm one of your students.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
You know what always really goes over well is when you tell somebody to calm down.
Yeah.
Or ask them if they're on their period.
What are you, on the rag?
No, the best is, I think you owe me an apology.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Should I be expecting an apology?
So the rest of the top 10, as far as arguments, subjects were household chores. That's definitely one that has crept into my world.
Would you say you're in a groove now? You said you seem to indicate there's a clear delineation on who's handling what.
Yeah.
All right.
We have an idea.
Hey, likewise with me.
Yep. Relationships with immediate and extended family is also a big rub.
You know what? We are blessed. My dad lives in Dallas, and my mom passed away, and our family's all scattered. So Claire gets along with everybody, but her family's wonderful. So we don't have any issues like that. I don't think.
You're blessed because they live far away.
Well, I would no. We see them all the time, and they're great. So I get along with them. In fact, Claire always jokes they like me more than her. But when you're in a situation where you're bound by family that you don't get along with, or in-laws, that classic in-law mother-in-law dynamic, I assume that's got to be a nightmare.
But her family's in New York, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
they're not on the same block.
To Kathy and Nick, though, that's far away. Or Kathy
okay.
And Casey.
Yeah, me as well.
And you as well.
Nick, yeah.
And Marissa, too. Mine are far away as well, and Rochelle and I love that.
Yeah.
Well, when they can't just stop over.
Yes.
Right.
No,
Like
I see
that
that.
to me is
And
far
drag
away.
you into whatever family drama.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
My mom does the stop by.
And unannounced?
The unannounced stop by.
Oh, really?
I love my
That's good,
mother
it's fun.
more than anything, but oh man, well, I don't love her more than anything. I probably love a few other things more than I love her, but I love my mom a lot.
Yeah.
But man, but it's one of those things where Steve, you talk about communication. I had to say to my mom at one point, hey, just text, call in advance, and she accepted it, but it took a little bit of communication,
Yeah, and then don't ever answer those texts.
Let's see. I guess I just don't have the unannounced stop by that.
She lives with you.
No, yeah. No, I'm not talking about my
Your
mom.
unannounced stop by is a broom handle on the floor.
But it doesn't. The idea of it doesn't bother me at all. Like when I hear about it and hear about people complaining about it, I just for some reason the thought of it.
What if it was
not bother
Diane's
me.
family?
I don't think it would bother me.
Okay.
No.
No, that's fine. It doesn't have to be the case. To me, I always think on a general level, you don't in any situation you don't just stop by. I would never go and just stop by someone's house. I would either call or say, "Would you want to get together?" or whatever. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate when I'm sitting there with my pudding and someone comes to I'm like, "What do you want?" And I'm always pleasant. But even somebody, the occurrence of the door-to-door salesman has diminished dramatically. So the people we get coming to the door are either asking us if we want to change our energy or electricity supplier or a water project or something like that, or a candidate.
And by the way, if you are that person and I'm looking at you through the window next to my door and I'm giving you the no, walk the freak away, okay?
I don't even go to the door, like with the cameras.
Oh, I have to because of my dogs. I have to.
I will go.
go.
Kathy, I go. I'll always say this. I appreciate what you're doing, and so on and so forth. We're not interested. The ones that keep tenaciously hanging on, that's when I have to do a throat pump.
By the way, okay, this is a side topic, but I want to head down this path for a second because we get them all the time, and it's either your cable or internet service,
right,
or exterminators, and stuff like that, or lawn
tree
care.
service. I guess.
But I almost always get the same routine. Open the door. Hey, how are you? Wow, great house. By
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah.
Like don't they always start with how beautiful your house is?
I bet you have a huge penis.
Well, hey,
look at it. I can see that bulge from here.
Oh
Congratulations.
my God, that looks like a handful. Anyway, would you like some exterminating service?
Yes.
You know what I like though, is because I really don't answer the door. When they leave a note, the ones that look like it's handwritten, but it's not. It's just.
Oh, dude,
I like those. I appreciate that. I'm like, you know what? Me to look.
I
cool.
suckered
I got one from Jehovah's Witness in the mail. My wife's like, you got a letter. And it was almost like, who's sending you a letter? And I was like, I don't know who's sending me a letter. And then I open up the letter, and it's freaking Jehovah's Witness.
Dear Casey, have a great time burning in hell.
Yeah. All right. So, Kathy, you will, when you'll see them you hear the doorbell, you go, you see them, you just don't answer.
I do. I can hear. I look on my phone on the Ring app.
There you
go. I don't even go to the door for them to see that I'm home. There's cars in the driveway. I'm sure they know I'm there. But no, if I don't know the person, I'm not opening the door.
And I guess now with the Ring doorbell, it's since you've got that insulator, you can just go. Because you can talk to them, right? Go, no, get out of here.
No, thank you.
You could.
No,
you know what you should
leave.
be able to do? You should be able to do sound effects through that, and like a shotgun rack, like a.
Like Home
When
Alone.
they see you looking through the window and you don't open the door or at least acknowledge. To me, I always perceive, and listen, you guys are all right with what you're doing. I always perceive someone's paying them to do this thing. They're probably getting doors slammed in their face all the time.
All the time.
So I try to be pleasant.
I am pleasant.
Yeah.
But I'm also holding back 2 rabid dogs. Did you see the video that I put on my dog will jump all the way up where his head is at the top of the door jamb.
Yeah.
So I got him
point to them and go, the dogs, I can't, sorry.
right. They shouldn't. I shouldn't have to.
Well,
right?
do like a Mr. Burns, unleash the house.
Yeah.
Well, I do. There's one thing I will throw around the radio thing just a little bit because if they say, hey, we're with an exterminator company or whatever, I say. I go, look, I got a deal. I got a price that you can't beat.
Yeah.
I go.
I do that too.
I get it for free.
Yeah.
And they just go, oh, okay. And then they leave, and that's it. That's all
Listen,
there is
I'm
to
a
it.
major broadcaster. I'm kind of a superstar. My time is very valuable. You'd be wise to leave me alone. I have pudding to finish.
But
I'm a Hall of Famer.
I do not. I don't appreciate that they're coming to my home to sell me something unsolicited. I'm like, no.
I hear you.
This is where I go to get away from that.
Yep.
So leave, please. And I'm kind.
We
about it,
have
but I'm
these
just like,
digital.
I don't. No. You're not hearing me. I don't want you.
Well, when they
I don't
won't
talk
take
about
no
it.
for an answer, when you've tried to every which way to be understood, but that again, that's the rarity. And again, back to the original point, when relatives come over, you can't use that. I'm not interested.
Well, and it's awkward.
When your mother-in-law comes over, I'm not interested.
It's awkward, a little awkward now too. I think if like a door-to-door salesman, it's happening less and less. They are still out there, like you said, the lawn service, tree service. But to me, it's awkward now.
How come there are no door-to-door salesmen that sell doors?
Right.
It is.
There are.
Are there?
Yeah.
Are you
yeah.
kidding?
Yeah, because window siding, doors, like all that. Yeah,
I guess so.
And generally, when somebody is having work done in the neighborhood, they'll send people around. Hey, you probably notice your neighbor down the street.
Your neighbor's getting a hysterectomy, and
Right. I told you guys about the time a kid came by and he was probably in junior high or whatever, middle school, and was selling magazine subscriptions to something. This is back when that was more
That's a
prominent.
big thing, yeah.
And I go, no thanks. And he goes, really?
Oh,
really?
Yeah,
And I'm
really.
like,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
When I was your age, I was selling drugs.
Yes,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I was thinking about yesterday was when we had Art Alexakis in and he talked about having MS. Like, we used to do the MS readathon every single year. And and there were so many times during the school year that we had some sort of fundraising. I went all through my neighborhood and I never see any of that anymore.
No, and it's probably listen.
Probably because it's digital now.
Also, you're sending kids out, and you don't know what the hell's out there. But on a safety sake, it's probably better that that's the case. But again, going to the original point, you can't ignore your relatives on the Ring doorbell.
No,
correct.
Yeah.
All right. So other things that relationships that people get in arguments about regularly, according to this article, besides the extended family stopping by, amount of quality time spent together. 17%. Life decisions. 15%.
That's big.
And health or lifestyle decisions as well.
I think that all is in one big stew of big decisions.
Yep, I kind of decisions. No, I kind of agree with you on that. But like health and lifestyle decisions, especially if you now. So there's you can take that to an extreme, like in the movie This Is 40.
Yeah.
Where all he wants to do is have some donuts. He wants to indulge a little bit. And
A
the wife
muffin.
is completely changing their entire... She has taken it upon herself to change the diet of the entire family.
Yeah.
And that can be a bit much if somebody tries to... control what everybody in the family is going to be eating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's also a blessing too, since we've always, since we've known each other, have always exercised and endeavored. We both, if it's something one is doing, the other one's kind of doing it too.
Yeah,
so
that way too.
If we make a change, it's easier. We get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Preston, can we go back to the chores real quick? Because I have a question for you, and it's burned in my memory. The one time you posted on Instagram where the trash just kept getting more and more filled.
Yes.
But I forget how that endeavor ended for your family.
I ended up having to give a mild hint for them to take it out. It got so bad, and I was just going to let it wait, see how bad this gets before somebody would actually take the initiative to take the trash.
Where was his trash can?
It was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. It was just overflowing beyond all reason.
Ended up on the counter.
Yeah.
People just threw stuff on the floor.
And you made an experiment out of it.
Yes, and I started documenting it. I was taking pictures of it every day. And it got so bad that I was just like, I wonder why I keep taking pictures of this, or something like that. And they eventually took it out. But I mean, like, just failure. Complete failure.
I see that, and it makes me feel so much better about the situation in my household. And it's straight out of the Simpsons. There was a Simpsons episode where the trash was piling up, and then it was almost like Jenga. Whoever put it on the top, and if it fell, that person then had to take the trash out. But to me, I'm like, at a certain point, like, why doesn't anybody, myself included, take it upon themselves to just push the trash down, take the trash bag out, throw it away, and then,
Yep. It's everywhere. It's not just you, except in Kathy's house.
But I
just
cannot
as guilty.
relate. I swear I can't relate to this. And maybe it's because there's less people. I don't know, but it's just,
That's my situation.
Well,
There's only two people in the house. I've got to do it.
Well, either that or it's your hardcore training. You
right.
whip them.
I whip them
Yep.
if they don't.
What's your name,
trash it.
Peppa?
But how far does the trash have to get up for you guys to
Well, mine's
deem
in a drawer. You can't even see it, so
Right.
it gets pushed in. So at some point you're not gonna be able to close. the drawer.
I cannot stand the recyclable, and I bought an extra large recyclable bin. I can't stand when it's if I can see it up towards the top, I immediately go out and throw it out.
because mine's in a drawer as well. And I think the rule should be that if you go to roll the trash can back in
And something falls.
or something hits the top of the thing,
You're up.
You're up. It's your turn.
Yeah, no, agreed. There you go. That is indicated that it is now your
If
turn.
it doesn't smoothly go back in,
Yep.
you got to take the
I
trash
should go into
out.
people's homes and train them.
Yeah.
I could do that. If you
You
want
could start a service. You could definitely start a service. Well, anyhow, that's one of the big ones. That's one of the in the top 10 as far as arguments in the household goal.
Yeah, no, this all makes sense. This list, you could combine a few of those subjects, but I think it's all pretty accurate.
Yep. So interesting, worth chit chatting about.
You know what?
The chit chatterer.
Like people change their lifestyles, people can learn to be charitable. Like today.
Yes, exactly.
And
Here
they are. I bet you these people don't fight with their significant others.
I bleed for Presidency Blood Drive, and we've got people in the recovery area who are having their juice and they're having their cookies and they're getting revitalized and getting ready to get back out into the world. There's a young lady sitting over there. There's no way you're donating blood, are you? I didn't think so.
No.
How old are you? Hold up your hands. How old are you? You're 10 years old.
10,
Yeah, okay.
10.
Thank you for being here. Is your mom or dad here or something like that? There you go.
There
There's
you
your
go.
dad right over there. Or your mom? Okay. All right, very good. Well, thank you for being here, for your support. Bring your kids for their support.
Teach them how to be generous and to give.
Yeah, so we got spaces filling up. I see, looking right down the row from where we are, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just sitting right there. 8 people lying on tables, donating. They're starting to fill up. So,
by the way,
I love seeing this.
Massive kudos. You don't believe the amount. You can't believe, I should say, the amount of phlebotomists, right? That they're bringing in, the amount of people that have to come, work extra hours to be a part of this. But everyone contributes, and they're always so pleasant and so cool in processing people through. And let's see what we can do today.
Yeah, 2 separate locations. We are here at the Expo Center at Oaks, and we are also at Live Casino. Steve and I are stopping by there after this today.
Yes. Yeah.
When we're done doing the show. But on the scene now is Brent Porsche, who we'll check in with in a little bit. And then Jackie Bam Bam is going to be there.
Excellent.
The vampire in a perfect place for it. We're going to check in with him now, Case? I think let's do it in the next segment. Is that okay? Sure. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back with a bizarre file, and we'll see how Brent is doing. So stay with us, and we appreciate you being a part of the I Believe for President Steve Blood Drive. We'll be back in a moment. I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
This
is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings, preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face with all your might.
I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind riding along.
This is my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying open sesame. When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you, that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
Yes,
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com, and it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart
yeah.
as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always is Sully Erna.
No, Oh, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in
Amsterdam during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out. Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny.
She packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
But
Yeah.
that's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It's gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh yeah. Keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. It's gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little...
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
It's a
It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla look-alike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartzen.
Yeah, everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane."
He got there early this morning and has been there for the beginning of this. Now we're going to have a series of the MMR staff members working their way through both locations. Brent there, then Jackie Bam Bam, then Sarah Parker here. When we're done with our show, Pierre Robert will be doing his live show.
So Pierre's done he did once on the weekend, came in maybe twice, and did a live shift. He's going to be doing his regular shift here, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So let's check in now. Brent Porsche, hey man, how you
Good morning, you guys. It's Brent Porsche and Jackie Bam Bam.
Oh, Oh, two of you
There's a
together.
smorgasbord of blood over here. I would not miss this for the world.
Nice. All right, tell me, Brent, could you hear Pierre? Could you hear Jackie jingling as he came walking into to the facility?
I was kind of expecting him screaming coming up the escalator as he was coming into the hallway here, and I didn't hear him. He's got his big mummer's hat on, so you can't miss him, but I figured he would be a whole lot louder coming into the event center here over at Live Casino.
We got to get Jackie next year to dress as Florence Nightingale.
Oh, my
Wouldn't
God.
that be perfect?
That would be perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. As a nurse for this event, that'd be excellent. So, Brent, how are things going as far as people moving in and out this morning?
I got to tell you, every single table is full right now. We got a line of people. They're waiting. They're moving them in and they're moving them out. They're moving them over to the table. They're enjoying their cookies and their goodies, and of course the free T-shirts and the tote bag thanks to Window Nation, and the mugs that they're giving us here at Live Casino. So everybody's smiling. Everybody's happy to be here. They're excited to start the weekend, and they're getting some free stuff while they're doing it for a good cause as well. So we're having a great time down here.
Keep in mind, there's stuff to do for those who come to either location, because you're there at Live Casino. You can go down, play some blackjack, whatever when you're done. Here, right next to where we are at the Expo Center, is this Too Many Games convention that's going on.
It's huge. Video games, everything.
Yeah, it's a gamers convention. So, if you want to make a day out of it, you can do that.
And Kathy said she's going to play craps later on, so that's...
That's a sight to behold.
Yeah.
Most
When she
definitely.
runs one of those games, it's great.
Excellent. All right, well, Brent, what are you getting into this weekend, buddy?
I'll be at Pussifer tonight at the Met. I'm going to be working 3 to 7 tomorrow afternoon, and then I'm heading to the stadium tour at Pierre's Good Citizen Bank Park with my partner in crime, Jackie Bam Bam.
Oh, wow. You guys are all over the place, as always. We're going to talk to Brett Michaels a little bit later on, actually in about a half hour, about the show tomorrow night, which should be cool. But listen, Brett, thank you so much for doing that, for being down there, man. We appreciate the support.
Jackie, tag, you're it.
I'm here. I'm ready to go.
All right, awesome.
All right, Jackie, we'll check in with you a little bit later on just to get an update on how things are going. But thank you, Brent. We'll take it from here. But we appreciate you guys being there. So there you go, Jackie Bam Bam, Brent Porsche, doing what they're doing.
I love Jackie.
We need to do the bizarre file. I want to do this now so we can stay on time for our guest, which is coming up in the next segment. So, Jason, if you would, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. Save on decking, railing, grills, and patio furniture during Sequoia's annual 4th of July sale. It's going on now on Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. Where do we begin? All right, I've never seen this before. A California woman was surprised to find 2 bears had been fighting in her garage after checking her home security camera.
It's insane footage.
So they broke out in a brawl inside of her garage.
It's the way you talk to me.
Yeah.
What you say.
It's not what you say. I felt you were yelling at me.
Lisa Quick of South Lake Tahoe said that she awoke to the sound of growling. Her security camera captured 2 bears charging at one another from opposite ends of her garage. Oh, man.
I mean, they are wailing on each other.
Yeah, she said the bears often visit her property, but it's unclear from the video how exactly the animals made it into that space. A couple who thought that they were helping a scared kitten actually took in a wild bobcat.
Oh, my God.
True Rescue, an animal rescue organization in Tennessee, said that the couple had rushed to its door saying that a kitten had run up on its back deck and needed an emergency placement. Rescuers said that they knew immediately the animal was not a domestic cat, but a bobcat.
You've had about 3 or 4 stories like this where people make that mistake, whether it be a bear and a dog. It's crazy.
Yeah, rescuers said that the kitten's larger head, huge paws and claws, and its fur, along with funny growling noises it made, were key indicators that this animal was no domestic kitten.
Years ago, my neighbor, we were kids, but he thought he found what he thought was a puppy. It was a killer whale, Preston.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It was a killer whale.
It's an innocent mistake.
Is it Pacific Northwest?
It was a Pacific Northwest killer whale.
After an exam, the bobcat was taken to the Walden's Puddle, a wildlife rescue organization. True Rescue said that under normal circumstances, people should not remove baby wildlife from its environment.
No.
And bobcats are the most common and widely distributed wildcat in North America. Well, this is pretty messed up. Playing siblings or dating just got a whole lot more complicated for one couple who recently found out that they may share the same father. Although it's interesting, they're both girls. Carly and Mercedes, who had been dating for 2 years, reveal they might be half-siblings after finding out their mothers had relations with the same man.
So I'm judging by the name that they're strippers.
No, I don't think so. But the pair, who also have an OnlyFans account with the handle Not Your Average Sisters, shared the unsettling news in a clip that has been viewed over 6 million times on TikTok, leaving their followers desperately urging them to get DNA testing. And the message on TikTok said, when you find out 2 years into dating that your moms both slept with the same guy. That's the captain. Then they asked, should they take a DNA test? A lot of people are saying they should. But it's interesting because, you know, the concern about family members is inbreeding.
Right.
The things that come with that.
This would not affect them.
I guess not, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
And it makes for a heck of an OnlyFans page.
It does. Wow. Austin Harif, a 25-year-old man awaiting trial for the 2 murders and attempted murder that he committed when he was a college student, will likely be able to use an insanity plea. So when I tell you this story, you'll remember this. Okay. In August 2016, Harif was in a restaurant with his father. He left the table, the building, and maybe his right mind as he ran into a nearby neighborhood and attacked John and Michelle Stevens in their garage with a machete.
Oh, I know this story.
Then he attacked a neighbor who was trying to intervene. When police arrived on the scene, he was eating the face of John Stevens.
This was a bath salt thing, wasn't it?
Well, that's what we thought. Additionally, he had stripped naked and drank several products that he found in the garage. Investigators did not find drugs in his system.
Oh, man.
But in 2 hearings earlier this week, one of the central questions was he experiencing a psychosis from withdrawal from drugs that he had been on over the years. The hearing had been called by the defense, and attorneys from both sides were questioning the experts consulted and their conclusions. Austin's mental state at the time of the murders will be a key sticking point when the case proceeds to a non-jury trial in November.
So when he was eating this guy's face, is it possible he was just what they call hangry?
Oh, I don't know if they considered the hangry defense or not. All right.
But he left dinner to go do that.
I know, right?
He may not have liked what was being served.
Okay.
Yeah.
A woman in California was killed by a lightning strike this week while walking on a trail during a thunderstorm. Antonia Mendoza Chavez had reportedly been taking her 2 dogs for an early morning walk on Wednesday morning on one of the trails near her home about 11 miles southeast of downtown L.A. It was around 8:50 a.m. Authorities say that and paramedics were called to the path where they found the bodies of the 52-year-old and her pets. Both of the dogs had deceased from an apparent lightning strike.
Jeez.
The detective said that we don't see this kind of death resulting from lightning. It's very rare here in this area. Even though thunderstorms were moving through Southern California on Wednesday morning, surveillance video from a Nest camera installed at Chavez's landlord showed the 52-year-old leaving the house with her 2 dogs for a trail walk. She walked the trails surrounded by trees and metal fences every morning, but her routine became deadly when she found herself in a flat, open area in the middle of a thunderstorm that caught her by surprise. She was struck by lightning.
Over the years of hiking, I've gotten caught in a few lightning storms, and you do the best you can, but you're kind of at the mercy of you know your environment.
But it's interesting because in a thunderstorm, so I've heard 2 things. You don't want to stand near a tall object like a tree or something like that, right?
You want to climb to the top of radio towers.
No, but you also don't want to be in an open field either because you're the tallest object.
Well,
at that
they
point.
say they say you're supposed to get as low as you can. However, if it's been raining and lightning hits the ground, it will conduct through the water. You're screwed.
You're screwed.
Yeah.
Get inside.
Yeah.
Just don't be outside. That's, I guess, the rule of thumb here.
What's wrong with you?
I saw a video earlier, and the theme was thunder only happens when it's raining.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Was there an
orangutan?
orangutan?
Yeah.
There was, yeah.
Okay. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file. So, and here we are, just cruising down the...
By the way, thunder doesn't always happen.
I know.
That's a fallacy of that song.
Yeah, what the hell?
Come on, Fleetwood Mac, do better.
Well, thunder happens when it's lightning, but not necessarily when it's raining.
Well, they don't say when lightning, they say rain.
Yeah. All right, you know what we didn't do? We didn't celebrate Friday with Froggy. Hit it, Jason. It's official now. I think it was Morgan's birthday the other day. I think
Was
I saw
it?
them post on social media about that, and I think they're going to be joining us next week in the studio.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are they gonna play?
I'm not sure. Oh, Casey's nodding yes, maybe?
Well, I think, Marissa, no, they're not playing. I think
they're bringing by some music for us.
Yes.
Oh,
We'll just leave it at
okay.
that.
We'll leave it at that. Very excited.
Okay,
All right, so
Love them.
that will be next week. All right, listen, we need to take a break. We're at the I Bleed for Presidency Blood Drive at the Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. When we come back, I believe Brett Michaels will be joining us.
Yes.
In town for the stadium tour tomorrow, so make sure you hang in there. We'll be back in just a moment.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid, Nick Swartzen. That was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he like called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
There's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's in one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And it's in one of our
Moon
calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts. Yes. And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish. Gay. It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
Who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it. Oh,
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do, because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I
so
just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute
All right.
antithesis
The love of
a bat
bats
fan.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, "Why do you keep coming back?" And you said, "I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats."
I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christine, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks
cheers, guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay. Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains and divorces. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that. Yeah. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well and living in Contra Costa County and living in Marin County and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny. What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend long.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still even on?
He retired.
Okay,
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it just was
crazy,
total unintelligible. It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. We're really so hard.
Those were those cowboy hats too. When I see him on TV. I mean,
with the headphones, cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath? Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was just telling you guys. This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, who you wife? Damn. You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife? Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there. And thank you to our friends at Dunkin' for supplying us with some wonderful refreshments here today. And I realize, the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'.
Oh, you bet your ass.
And since we're at a live event today, if there's anyone that stops by and your name is Duncan, we can lay you on the floor and we could run on them, and the Preston and Steve Show would actually run on Duncan.
I'll do that.
If that were the case, maybe we could do that live
we
today.
performed with the Miracle Munchkin catch this morning.
It was pretty badass.
That was great.
Yep. So, and by the way, we got video of that. Our friends at Neumann University filmed that. We're streaming this live if you want to watch us, as we are here at the Expo Center at Oaks. And we have Jackie Bam Bam, who is at Live Casino in Philadelphia. We're checking him a little bit. And Nick is actually,
he's getting prepped.
He's getting registered. We're going to try to do a live blood donation on the air. It's kind of hard for us to be able to do it, Steve and I, because of the time that it takes to go through the questionnaires and all that thing.
We're usually first, but we couldn't.
The iron testing and all that. So we're not going to be able to do that live. I would like to have done that live in the air. We're not going to be able to facilitate that as of just yet. And we're going to talk to Brett Michaels in a few. But first, let's talk to somebody who came walking by in an old school I Bleed for Preston and Steve shirt. Is that the first shirt?
Is that 2007?
Yes.
2007.
All right, first of all, let's meet you. What is your name?
Pat.
Hi, Pat. How you doing?
Wonderful.
It is great to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Yeah. Any idea how many years you've had that shirt?
It's 2007.
So it is 2007.
Yes,
2007.
but your first was 2006. I missed that one.
She knows better than
She
us.
knows. Not only that, she's a double red. She's like a Babe Ruth level blood giver.
Did you do double red today?
Yes, sir.
Is that the one that takes longer?
Yes.
Okay, so like a couple of hours?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I know there are some that they that if you have the time, they'll like even give you a movie to watch.
That's a heart transplant.
Oh, if you come in for a heart transplant, that ends up happening. Pat, do you usually double red is what you usually do?
Yes.
That's cool. Do you have a tally of how many pints or gallons over the years? You keep track of that stuff?
No.
I got a buddy of mine who's in like the 10-gallon club.
Oh, I don't think I'm that big.
Well, you've given every year. You've been at every one of these.
Yes.
You've never missed a blood drive, which is phenomenal.
The first one I missed.
Oh, the 2006, yeah.
We don't count that one.
That's we were kind
forget
of
about
in
that
fact, we
one.
lost all that blood anyway.
Yeah.
That was our pilot program.
That was our pilot program.
Where are you from, by the way, Pat?
Philadelphia, Roxburgh.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming out year after year. It means the world to us.
Thank you.
Anybody you want to say hi to while you have the microphone?
No, this is great just to talk to you guys and see you. I walk every morning back to Wissahickon, and you're on my headphones, and I love it.
How many miles do you do?
4.
Okay, that's solid.
Yeah.
That's why you look so damn good. Yeah,
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
like seeing you every year so we can flirt just a little
I
bit.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know you like gray hair.
Nice.
Yeah.
And she just flashed a real little wink.
Yeah. So we were in the middle of flirting when you called us over, Preston. I was just telling her how nice she smelled.
Thank you.
She's like, you say that every year. I'm like, it's because you smell so beautiful.
Oh, wow.
You smell good every year, babe.
That's why I don't dye my hair, because Casey likes older women.
that is the best. Awesome. She's still, look at these two. Making googly eyes.
You want to take a scooter ride?
Yeah. Can you give me like 2 or 3 minutes, guys?
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
All right, thank you, Pat. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend. All right, Pat. Listen, Pat. Come on. I love it. Absolutely. And so that first year, so, we got a couple of minutes here before we get to Brett Michaels on the line. That first year.
Was that the Boscovs?
We were at Plymouth.
No, it's not. It wasn't Boscovs.
It was a Gap, I thought.
Old
or
Navy.
Something like Old Navy.
It
That's
was an old Navy. It was,
Yeah.
so it was a big space. I didn't realize that was the first one. That didn't go as well as they go now.
That was a heating issue.
Yeah, remember the air conditioning broke and they were dropping like flies.
Yeah, and that's why when we were coming to do this yesterday, I texted Kathy because she had an engagement that she had something she had to do all day yesterday. I was like, Dad, I'm like, now don't forget.
I know.
Yeah.
Bring a jacket.
And I appreciated it because I don't know if I would have remembered. I wasn't even thinking that. And
Yeah, they keep it nice and chilly in here,
Yeah.
and that's the reason. People are donating blood, and if it gets too warm, you can get a little lightheaded.
I wish you would have warned me because I'm freezing right now.
Oh, I was.
Yeah.
I have a hoodie. I'll give it to you. It's in the
All
car because I wore jeans today, just for this reason. Because I remember year after year. I remember one year going, "Dear God, it's freezing in here."
But that works. So we had there was so we did that. We did the Franklin, what used to be called the
Franklin Mills Mall, Philadelphia Mills.
And that
Where was that? I don't remember that. Shocking.
Yeah, it was. I forget what it was, but in both cases, they were stores that were in transition.
Right.
So they were taking out inventory, and there was space available.
Okay.
And then I think we did move to the Navy Yard.
We did the Navy Yard,
Right.
And then we also did the Valley Forge Casino a couple of years.
Yep.
We've been here a couple of years. And I think that's all, and live casino,
live.
obviously,
And
is
live,
where we
yeah.
are
Oh, and
now.
we're actually the Fillmore. So the very
Yes, that's right.
when we did
Yes.
when the pandemic was happening, we wanted to spread it out a little bit. So we had the Fillmore, and I believe here at the same time.
Do you know the record breaker though took place here at Oaks?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when we had the and that's when Pierre was broadcasting as well. But yeah, so all of these different locations. But do we know it's 17 years?
She said so. The first one was 2006.
Are we
so
sure? Yeah.
you're gonna have to do the math. I'm very, very poor at math. 2006.
That's 31 years.
16
17,
years.
18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Yeah. So this is our 16th.
All right.
Or-
Yeah.
But you also count. You
Stop
count.
it. You're the one that
you
does
count
that.
six the first time, so it would be 17.
Okay.
All right.
You know, so you're not. You're actually counting 2006.
You have to. We have to count the event. So we
Yeah.
had the first because if it's an annual event, right? So the first annual was 2006. Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
So
right.
you're
So
yes.
this would be the 17th annual event.
Okay.
What
All
I
right.
just said.
I know, but I say it much clearer than you.
You did.
People
You
understood
said it
me.
clear. It's all good though.
So 17 years have been doing this, and it gets smoother and smoother each year. It did. I mean,
Yes.
we had a couple of stumbling blocks along the way, but now it is what it is. I love coming to this event.
Oh, it's awesome. And from what I understand, Nick is they just shaved his pubes, so he's probably pretty close to.
Okay. I didn't know that was part of the preparation.
He asked for it.
Do you think that Nick donates blood just for the snacks afterwards?
Without question. Are you kidding me?
The snacks are awesome, by
They
the
usually
way.
have Lorna Doones and stuff like that.
Lorna Doones, Chips Ahoy, juice.
You know what? Do we have a wireless?
Can you guys hear me?
Here at all? Oh,
There
where are
you
you?
go.
Where are you, Nick?
Yeah, I'm great. And the snacks are delightful. And yeah, 17 years. This is the 17th. Did we establish that?
Nick, yes, and Nick, was I correct in saying you just completed the pube shaving?
Yeah, well, Steve, I like to prepare ahead of time, so I did that last night, but they wanted to double prepare, so they took my pants off.
You're doing a double shave.
Actually, I took my pants off for them in advance.
Right, and then you came into the building.
Yeah.
Well, at what stage of the preparation are you now, Nick?
So I'm all checked in, and I'm lying back on the bed, Preston, and I think we're going to do... you know what? I'm lying the wrong way because I want to do my left hand.
Are you laying on your stomach?
No, I was laying on the bed in the wrong direction to put my left hand out.
You've
So
got
now
to
I'm
point
switching
due
around.
north.
Oops.
Yeah.
All right, so I usually do the left arm as well. I don't know why, but I've usually been told that it's an easier vein to find on my arm, so I always go with the left.
Do they say to pick the arm that you don't use to pleasure yourself?
Right.
Well, so let me ask you guys a question. When you're laying in that position,
yes,
do you worry that?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Boner?
Kathy knows. I just
That
asked
you're
the
gonna
question.
get
whether-
aroused?
Yeah.
That you're going to get a boner?
Yeah.
No.
Not that
I do
it's
not.
any, but you're so susceptible at that point.
You're not worried about getting
he's
a boner
saying in
while
case
shaving
someone, Preston, comes running in and dances the dance of the seven veils,
Right.
Yeah.
you might be aroused.
Well, so here's the deal.
I don't get an NRB at the blood drive.
No. I'm so consumed with the feeling of altruism and goodness that the thought of doing something so patently filthy is alien to me.
So there was my friend was going through lifeguard training, and they had this kid on the backboard. And they were all going through training together, and he was wearing a Speedo, and as he was strapped onto the backboard, boing, in front of everybody. And
that kid grew up to be Gerald Ford.
Wait a minute. So they were doing training?
Yeah, they were training, lifeguard training. Yeah.
Okay.
So
were there women in bathing suits there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe
that makes
part of it.
Listen,
all right.
This is a much more family-friendly event, believe it or not, and it's a good feeling. Also, it's very cold. That fights that, right?
All right. So anyhow, we got Nick. Nick, we've got our interview ready to go. Can you hold off before they hit you with the needle?
Yeah, we still have a little bit of prep to do, Preston, so you guys just come back to me when you're ready to go.
Excellent.
Nick is lying on the table. He's getting ready to donate blood. We are at the I Bleed for Presidency blood drive, but we want to take this moment to talk to our next guest. Because tomorrow night is the big stadium tour. It's put on hold for a while. It was very much anticipated. Seems like the most fun show of the year.
Oh, it's an incredible bill, and the excitement has only increased exponentially since it was postponed.
Motley Crue, Def Leppard, Joan Jett, and the lead singer of this band, his group, Poison, will be there tomorrow night at Citizens Bank Park. Please welcome Mr. Brett Michaels.
Yeah.
Hello, Brett, good morning.
How are you doing this morning, man? I can't wait to see you all tomorrow.
Oh, dude, we're so excited that you guys are going to be in our town and that this is finally happening. You guys have already played a few of the shows. How has the energy been so far?
It's been unbelievable. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you guys for what you're doing this morning. And which is awesome. And I'm a Pennsylvanian. So for me, this is coming home. It's going to be most of my family yelling at me in the front row for things I've done wrong throughout my life. So that'll make it good. But the tour, the energy, the unbelievable, Motley and Def Leppard, Joan, and Class of Sac, this new rock band, these guys are great. All of us have unique, badass shows, good energy, good, nothing but hits, just playing big hit songs. The fans are loving it. When I hit that stage, I literally say I can't stop smiling. It's good to be out there and playing music, and we've been through a tough couple years.
Yeah.
And everyone's just ready to party. They're ready to have a great time.
Brett, I'm gonna throw some love at you because when you guys were in your current form and you were writing all those big hit records and having all that success on MTV and the tours and all, I was right in the middle of that. I was playing in a cover band at the time, so we were dressing like you guys, we were acting like you guys. And over the years, I've even had more appreciation for the music that Poison put together, just simply because of the fun of it, just simply because you guys were having a good time. You made us have a good time. When I put those records on, I think about all of that and how much fun it is still to listen to, to this day.
Well, first of all, thank you. I appreciate that. And to you being a musician and playing music, being able to go out there, I say this, music is therapeutic to me. It saved my life, right? And being a diabetic, growing up in a small town in Pennsylvania, music was like it was my absolute outlet and my absolute therapy. It got me through every situation. And I think what's happened with the fans is they see whether we're up there doing nothing but a good time or talk dirty to me on Skinny Bop, or we're turning around and doing something to believe in or Every Rose, they knew that I wrote those songs from my either a moment of having fun or from my heart. And I hope they feel through generations feel that sincerity.
It's and that is true. Your other co-bill bands, Def Leppard and Joan Jett, the documentary that was just out on Joan Jett, everybody, every part of this show, everybody seems to be at a stage where they are echoing what you're saying, enjoying where you are, enjoying the ability to get up on stage and provide this nostalgic, wonderful experience for the audience. It's really got to be the best world possible for you right now.
It is, and let me say that you said it perfectly. Here's what it is: it's mixing all the music that we grew up with, right? But keeping it relevant. In other words, when I hit that stage, I'm living in the here and now. When people see that energy, my energy is it's 1,000% just positive right now energy, but bringing all the hits forward, and like for instance, we kicked off the tour in Atlanta. The very next night, everyone had a day off but me. I went to Wildwood, New Jersey, did barefoot country with Eric Church, broke the record there that night, set the record, and then flew back to do the Poison, Def Leppard, Motley shows.
Let me ask you a quick question with that. Now, do the rock audiences still party the hardest? Because there is, as of late, a notion that perhaps these country festivals might rival the rock audience's ability to tear it up. Where do you stand on this?
Let me say this. I'm going to weigh in perfectly. Both audiences, completely loyal. They're almost one and the same. So bear with me. A lot of the fans that were at Barefoot Country will be tonight at the show. And it is without a doubt, they are not rival, equal to each other in party. The rock fans are usually partying day of show on through the night. The country fans, and remember, I grew up listening to both.
Yeah.
Country fans start partying about 2 days ahead of time out in the parking lot. You know, I'm a parking lot party guy, but they start about 2 days early, and they can rock right through it. But the rock bands, they bring it hard and heavy day of, hard and heavy through the night.
That's a great breakdown. I haven't heard of that. Accurately put.
Hey, Brett, I also love the instructional video you gave the other day on how to fold a headband and wrap it properly. was that for popular demand? Were people asking for your technique?
Yes, and I'll explain why, right? Depending on the size of noggin that you have, right? Or if I was buying, getting my finest bandanas from the King of Prussia Mall, right?
Yeah.
I'm throwing a few in here. I've been Swarthmore, Upper Darby. I'm bringing Springfield.
Yes.
I'm bringing everyone in. Trust me. When I was showing this, people like, I feel like I folded a cardboard square. I'm like, I'm going to help you. The Bret Michaels patented diamond fold, free of charge. Here's how it works.
No, it's an art unto itself, and you are the master of it. I wanted to ask you, Brett. It's an opportunity to ask you. You know, Norm Macdonald passed away recently, and he did that. And I assume you saw it. His skit, the parody of Rock of Love. What did you think of that? Did you ever see the piece? Did you see the satire that he did?
I please forgive me. I've heard everything about it. I did not see it, but I got to tell you with Rock of Love. Let me segue a second.
Yeah.
I want to say so people understand. I had such a great time, but the girls were the rock stars on that show.
Right.
I just was being me. I showed up. You add a little adult. Tasty adult beverage to the mix. And half of them weren't even fighting over me. They were just fighting. I'm like, I'm going to make you guys laugh in pain. The producers go, what do you want to do? I said, let this be real. Everything, my cars, my bikes, everything's real, just not my house. I don't want them to wreck the house, right?
Right.
So we go in the first night, and they go, what if someone's unattracted to you? I said, let it fly. It's real. I'm like, at least I thought I'd get one night out of the first episode.
Yeah.
I walked up to Lauren. I go, she's beautiful. I go, you having a good time? She goes, no, not really. I go, oh, is there anything I can do? She goes, no, I'm just not into it. I go, oh, you mean into being here? She goes, no, I'm just not. I didn't know who the guest or the guy was going to be, and I'm not into it.
Oh, no.
I go, you're killing me right here. There's like 11 cameras. Could you have not said that over there?
Oh, no.
That's got to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
No, it was awesome because that's my real life. The hits and misses.
Oh, man. Hey, I wanted to ask you about this, Brett. It was several years ago, and obviously we had Cece on for an interview, and obviously you and Bobby, everybody in the band, you guys have had story upon story upon story throughout your career. But I'll never forget Cece telling us a story about a time where he cleaned a hotel room with a feather duster in his butt. And I don't know if you knew that story or not.
I can't vouch exactly for that one. Was there at least assless chaps involved? That's all you need.
I would have to be, right? Yeah.
And he, and I saw on social media, he grew this big ass bushy beard. Like you couldn't even tell it was him at all. But I think he has since taken that off, right?
He is in the finest health. He has gotten rid of the Hemingway beard, I believe we could call it. It was the pandemic error, I believe, that he posted that. And yes, he is on. When I tell you the band's on fire, everyone's out there rocking. Our drummer, now me, diabetic, but Ricky, surviving verge of it being all over cancer.
Yeah.
And to be out there, we're again grateful for the fans, and it's a good party.
Well,
party.
There's really a feeling of cheering you guys on because, again, in this show, and this bill in particular, because, they say a distance makes the heart grow fonder. Well, I think that the fact that this had to be paused, people got more excited for it. So I think exponentially, it represents so many things. First off, the great aspect of being able to see all you do, which you do so well, but also getting out and seeing people, seeing smiling people, having a good time after all that we've been through. This is exactly the release valve people need.
Absolutely. First of all, absolutely. And let me go to this. 3 generations. Again, I'm using 3 generations, maybe 4 now, depending on the partying we did in the 80s. So there may be 4 generations of amazing fans. And again, Philly and the energy there, growing up in Pennsylvania, coming to many a ball game. I had the perfect the perfect world because I could go Pittsburgh, I could go Philly, Baltimore to see the O's. You know what I mean? It was segueing into the sports area, but the fans in Philly, the energy's off the hook. Cool. It's great. And I got to tell you one short story. One of my major this is no lie. I'm going to cut this really short, this story. I'll give you the short version. Okay. I'm down partying in Philly, early teen, not quite able to drive, but thought I could years. We were partying back then. It was sort of the woods, but by the school, the fences, whatever. Bunch of people, and listening to you guys crank out tune after tune after hit. We're partying, and due to the partying and loud let's just call it, it still had a cassette player in it, my jam box. I got busted. I just want you to know that your music saved my life and a couple nights at the Delinquent and it was, we had you cranked so loud. Oh my God. It was
so we led to your eventual run-in with the law.
My eventual run-in, which also made you kind of a badass, so it was good. But we love the law, we were rocked. Honest to God, we were rocking with you, and it was just good times.
Well, I mean, how crazy is that you were rocking to us, and then just a couple of years later, we were playing your music, and other people were in the woods rocking to you.
Exactly. No, this is all irony aside. That is the truth. All of a sudden, you're playing our music. I remember my first interview, coming in, talking with you guys. It was just it was a good day of my life.
No, it's a great day here. At the beginning of this, and you were very kind to say kind things about the blood drive and what we're doing here. You've mentioned your medical issues. I assume during your lifetime you've received a transfusion or two, correct?
I have been taken care of, yes. Being a diabetic since the age of 6, I've that, and a couple years ago, that crazy, subarachnoid brain hemorrhage that came out of nowhere, and that was it. And the unbelievable grateful for, I said, grace of God and good medical and great fans, but still here, I can tell you without a doubt, 1,000%. And what you're doing and the people coming down to give blood, that is an incredible day. It's what keeps our rock and roll going round, is taking care of each other.
Absolutely. I agree, Brett. All right. Well, listen, thanks for the call, man. It's wonderful to talk to you. We're excited you're coming back into the area. Tomorrow, the weather looks great. It's going to be just a perfect summer evening. And you got 4 incredible bands in Poison, Joan Jett, and the Blackhearts, Def Leppard, Motley Crue, all this stuff. This is going to be a lot of fun. Brett, Keep rocking, man. It is great to talk to you.
Hey, thank you, and thank you for always having our back. We love you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
You got it. Brett Michael.
Hey! I love that.
How cool is he?
He's a cool dude, man.
So much fun. And yes, Rock of Love. That show, for those who may be too young or don't remember it, it was on VH1, and it was like a dating style bachelor type of show where Brett was the object of he was the focus of the ladies.
All these women were brought in to curry his favor. It was like the Flavor Flav show.
Yeah. The same formula, but hilarious.
Yeah.
And Norm Macdonald did this spoof on it that was just a scream. He needs to see that.
The bandana and the whole thing.
Yeah. All right, so with that, let's check back with Nick McElwain, our own rock star here at the I Bleed for Presidency blood drive, who's at the other end of the convention center. Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Preston. By the way, awesome conversation with Brett. That was really cool just to listen to. And it's nice that he gave some shout-outs to the radio station and to the blood drive itself. I'm here with Debbie and Heather. We're getting prepped. So we wanted to wait until the end of the interview. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time we've actually done live donation. They're going to actually stick the needle into my arm, do the donation. We're going to be filming it with our friends from Neumann. And Debbie, who's getting me prepped, she's been cleaning my arm. Her dad just tuned in. So Debbie texted her dad, Dan, this blood donation is for you, my friend.
Can Debbie say hi to her dad real quick?
Debbie, you want to say hi to your dad? Here.
Hi, Poppy.
Oh,
hi, Poppy.
Poppy.
We love you, Poppy.
So, Nick, is it safe to say that this is a new world record for the most amount of blood donated live on the air?
Yeah, I guess it would be, right? Oh, my God. Guys, guess, all right, so there was no hesitation, and the needle is now in my arm.
There you go.
See, you didn't even know. You did not even know.
Yeah.
I remember when we did Kathy's colonoscopy live on air.
Debbie gives the shout out to Dan, and then like literally, I put the microphone right back up to my mouth. Casey's in the middle asking the question, and the needle went in.
They're not playing games here.
No, and you know why? Because it's no big deal to them. They
That's
do
right.
it like over and over and over, and it's like clockwork. It's like, all right, here you go, and you're like, oh, okay, there you go, and it's in. And there, I kid you not, there have been times and where I've not felt anything. I mean, like not even because they'll say, all right, there's going to be a pinch and a burn. And
you've got the best of the best here.
And sometimes you're like, oh, it's in already.
Yeah, right.
I've heard that
It's
before.
like wedding night.
Yeah, you heard that.
It's like your honeymoon night.
Is it in yet?
Is that it? I was expecting more sensation.
So, Nick, they got you flowing now?
Yeah, so I'm just lying here, and this is the easy part. You know, they do the cleaning, they stick the needle in, a little pinch in the burn, and that's it. And then you sit here, you make sure that you bleed properly and that, you're taken care of. I heard you guys talking about blood drives past, but the conditions here today, it really is perfect. It's a great room for it.
And
it's
Nick,
nice and cool, yeah.
You're on your way to the cookies.
And at the end, cookies and juice.
You get the cookies and the juice.
Are they? Do they give you that little PVC piping thing to roll around in your hand?
I got a new one this year, Preston. It's kind of like a foam one.
Ooh,
and,
how erotic.
Yeah, I like the hard one in my hand, but I like the foam one in my hand too.
Hold it up to your crotch and pretend like it's your penis.
Oh, my
Maybe
God.
I don't think that's fun.
Oh no, she said no. I have to hold my hand. I
You
tried.
can't hold it up. You have to keep it to the side.
You can use the other hand.
for
Use the
training
stranger.
purposes. Yeah.
Hey, Nick, when you're finished, you probably have that photo, one of my favorite photos taken of me and Nick at one of the blood drives. I think Brian from Chorus Photography took it. If you have it, Nick, let's post it.
Yeah, definitely. I pretended like I was passed out or dying last year. I think it was last year.
And I was so
Kat, yeah.
upset that he was
Listen,
dead.
one of my favorite pictures of all time came from a blood drive. It was you and Casey on a
On the bike.
together.
I love that picture, too.
It was
That
the
was right
best.
here. I feel like that was in this hall.
It was. So yes, it had to be. This is the one we used last time, and you were booking around on your bike.
Yeah.
And I got on your pegs.
Yeah, Kathy was standing on the pegs on the
You were
back of the
pegging
bike.
Casey.
Yeah.
Such a great.
And by
guys
the
were
way, so
pegging?
I was auctioning off that bike for the Bend to the Shore for WMMR's Rock and Rollers, and by the way, that ride is 1 month from today.
Wow!
So we're doing that, and I have to, and I haven't really talked about it much on the show so far this year, but we're looking to up our donation. So if you go to WMMR PrestonSteve.com, there are ways that you can donate to Team WMMR right now.
Nice. All right, how's it going, Nick?
It's going great. I just have to, I'm just going to sit here and make sure that, it flows properly. But I have my the microphone in my right hand, and I'm bleeding out of my left arm. And Debbie and Heather are taking great care of me.
Awesome. I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve.
No.
Ask Debbie, how long does it usually take, like average, for the pint to fill up?
So Debbie, Preston wants to know, how long does this normally take? Am I a slow bleeder, a fast bleeder? What's the normal length of time for somebody to make their donation? No, I know. Okay, you can.
Yeah, you get. Come on, Debbie.
You can say it, Debbie. It's okay.
Yeah.
So it's like 8 to 10 minutes, and if you didn't move your arm, it probably would have been a little bit faster.
See? See?
What?
Yeah.
See?
Well, I moved my left arm when we were talking about the foam thing in front of my crotch, and then she grabbed my arm and shoved it right back down, like like the pro that she is.
So Preston got you in trouble.
Preston got me in trouble.
Yeah.
So now my arm is still, and Debbie is approving. And by the way, Debbie was like, she's a knockout. She was like, I didn't wash my hair. Is my lip gloss okay?
Are you asking for a spanking? Is that what you're doing?
No. I'm just saying that
bad boy.
She's a wonderful person and absolutely beautiful, and she's being filmed by Neumann right now as well.
There we go.
And
Terrific.
One of the things we do want to remind is if you do come here and you donate, and if you haven't before, afterwards, make sure that you do spend, like, I don't know, it's like 15 or 20 minutes just sitting down, getting some nourishment into your body, because we have, and not to scare anybody, but we have had people faint before. It happens from time to time.
We literally have had people explode.
I didn't want to talk about that.
No. But you get your cookies and your juice. You sit down, you relax, you kind of you're doting on a little bit. That's nice.
And we're right next to the cookies and juice area.
And we come over and say hi when you go sit down.
Yeah, absolutely. How you doing, man? Nice to see you. He's having some. What are you having? Cheez-Its? Oh, they got that. Right? They got
Cheez-Its,
not just cookies. They have savory and sweet.
And gyro.
And gyros over there. They're shaving those. I did not know. Marissa?
Preston, I just had I just met 2 nice little boys who brought you guys a surprise.
Oh. Are we doing this on the air?
Would you guys like to do it on the air? It's pretty darn awesome.
Can we get them over to the microphone?
I will.
All right, so we'll bring them over. We're meeting all kinds of people this morning, and we apologize if we don't get a chance to stop and talk to you, because we are doing a radio show while we're at this. But if we have an opportunity to say hello, we would love to do that. All right, so we have 2 young gentlemen who are working their way over to the microphones, and we just want you to get nice and close to that. What's your name, buddy? Right here in the purple shirt.
Shane.
How you doing, bud?
Good.
Excellent. And who is this? What's your name, bud? Yeah, go ahead.
Jude.
Shane and Jude.
And Jude. Excellent. And where do you guys go to school, by the way?
Arrowhead Elementary.
Okay.
Arrowhead, huh?
So the summertime now, right? School's out. What grade are you going into, Shane?
4th.
You're going to 4th. And Jude, how about you?
2nd.
2nd grade. All right. I love it. And so you guys brought something for us? All right. What is it? All right.
You got
it's in the bag.
You got
All right. Thank you, Shane. Let me take a look at what we have. He has handed me the bag. I'm going to reach into.
What is it? What is it?
Is it a human head?
Is it?
No.
Oh.
It's gum salad.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
She
my
made
God.
gum salad.
What? It says, whose idea was this, Shane? Is it Shane? Whose
Your
idea
mom.
was
Your
it?
mom's?
You can say it. It was Mom's idea.
Mom, come over here.
What's your mom's name?
Trisha.
Trisha. All right. I want to. Oh my God. This is actually warm.
Yeah.
It's warm gum salad?
No,
Of
it's
course
not
it's
warm.
warm.
There's something under in the bag. There's
How you doing, Trisha?
Good. How are you?
Good. Where are you guys from?
Collegeville.
All right, Delco. Nice.
No.
Delco. I thought I'd throw some points out there. All right. Let me look into this and see what we have here.
And what's...
Oh my God.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
That's
look at this.
That's gum salad.
Yo.
That's what we were dreaming about.
That's Ice Cube's gum. Those are so good. They got like little flavor crystals
And
in them.
is this Big League Chew in here too?
No, that's cut up bubble tape.
Okay. Cut up bubble tape.
Oh, nice.
And then what are these little guys? These little gummy
Those are gummy
cherries.
bears.
Oh my God! And there's
Gummy
some. It looks
cherries.
like there's some bib lettuce at the bottom here too. So, or Boston lettuce. I'm not
Shane
sure.
and Jude, did you guys come up with some of the ingredients? Did you select some of the things to go into the salad? You both, yeah, okay, very cool. They're nodding.
Okay, those are what I give out at Christmas time instead of cookies, but
Okay.
I made them for you.
So this is the warm stuff down.
All right.
Right? 'Cause I'm like the gum salad is. I didn't know it was a warm. Gum
I didn't know if you
salad.
heated that kind of.
Oh. Ooh, dumplings or pot stickers. Yay!
They're homemade?
Oh, those.
Is there gum in those?
Are they pork?
pork and beef.
Oh, fantastic! And you homemade these?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you so much.
This, you guys are wonderful.
That's my lunch. Yay, excellent. Now I'm going to have for dessert is gum salad. Oh, my God.
I guess he has lunch now.
What?
He wants you to share.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I'm going to share.
It's our love.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use
Can I have some pot stickers?
No, they're all gone. I'm so sorry, Nick.
Local broadcaster Preston Elliott was found dead with his stomach filled with gum.
Well, this is fantastic, Trace. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You guys are the best. Thank you, guys. Shane and Jude. Oh, that's so sweet.
You guys are awesome.
This is the greatest gift we've gotten today.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And in a while, you can set that microphone right there in that mic stand. Dude.
How cute is that?
Casey, you want to try some gum salad?
I cannot right now. I'm fasting.
Oh, okay.
Afternoon, you'll be able to have it, right?
That's right.
Right.
Oh, that is so funny.
The dumplings will definitely be gone by then.
Yeah. But that fast did not include munchkins.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And Chips Ahoy and Cheez-Its and donuts.
That's all part of the fast
It is
program.
a very precise fast.
You have to eat them fast.
Yes, you have to eat them fast. A
All right.
seafood diet.
All right, Nick, how's your bag doing?
Well, I'm wrapping up pretty soon, but just finishing up shortly, and then I think maybe if I had moved my arm earlier, I'd be done. But in the next couple of minutes, I'll be finishing up.
Excellent,
Okay. All right.
excellent.
I always find it. I'm kind of fascinated. I always look at the tube that's filling up with blood while I'm doing that.
Do you watch the needle going in?
I can.
I don't. I don't. I prefer not to. It's not like I'm scared of it or anything like that, but I also just like to see if I can feel it or not.
Yeah.
Or I just kind of turn my head. What about you, Nick?
That's the only part that I avoid, and the only part that I find it all that I dislike the tiniest bit is the pinprick at the beginning of the thing.
Everybody hates that.
That's it's like a bee sting, and you know that it's coming. But the actual donation of the blood
is nothing.
Nothing at all.
It's nothing. And so for people who have been put off, giving it a shot, just understand it's so easy, and you feel so good after you've done it.
Oh, yeah.
And you get your little sticker that says you gave blood, and you rightfully should feel proud of yourself because, as you know, the amount of good this blood goes on to do, you can't even calculate.
And Steve, we should remind people that, if they weren't able to get an appointment today or make it here today, the Red Cross will be, there's a whole bunch of blood drives coming up. I checked their website earlier.
Yes.
So if there's a blood drive near you, sign up, do one this weekend. You can probably do one in the next few days. So if you can't make it out here today, make sure you go to redcross.org and sign up for a future blood drive.
I got a great email from a guy in Pittsburgh, and I printed it and left it on my printer at home. But he obviously he can't make it here for the event. He's donating locally at his own Red Cross location. I said, dude, thank you. I said, don't worry about being a part of what we're doing here. I said, you're helping out locally. So anybody listening, if you are not in this area and you feel like, man, I wish I could be there to do it, you can do it. Just do it locally. Do it in your own area.
It all matters.
Listen, it's not. I know we think of blood donations as, a car accident or
Right.
something like that. But there are cancer patients. There are there are children. There are all kinds of people that need blood transfusions regularly. And it's life-saving. It's flat-out life-saving.
We've had people come out to these blood drives, just so you know, sometimes people will need 10, 15, 20 units themselves where they're in something that's really precarious and they're just burning this up. And you can only store blood for so long. So that's why it always has to cycle through. And in the summer, you're dealing with the situation of, they rely on schools, they rely on businesses, and people are on vacation. It becomes more erratic collecting the blood. That's why it's important now.
And that's why we do it in the summertime. That's why we choose to do it. So, Nick, it looked like Debbie was coming over to maybe wrap you up over there.
Yeah, she got the bag. I'm finished, and she's about to take the needle out. So just as easily as it went in, it's going to come sliding right out, and then I'll be finished.
All right. And that's how simple it is, folks.
So it's easy peasy. It really is. And listen, it's one of those things where it feels good to do. You're proud of yourself afterwards. It's a great feeling. It's a really cool communal thing. And so if you're looking to just do something good, feel good about yourself, feel good about the donation, can't recommend it more highly.
I'm looking at you right now. We have the video of you, Nick, and what I'm looking at is a man who's about to have some cookies.
Oh, well, that is a happy man indeed.
There we go.
All right, Case, do you want to add something?
I do, because Brett Michaels just called back, and he wants to offer up a pair of tickets, personal tickets on his guest list for the concert tomorrow night. Yeah.
For real?
Holy hell.
Wow.
Whoever donates 100 pints of blood.
100 pints of blood.
All right.
First person to donate 100 pints of blood today. So we can figure it out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take a break and figure out how we're going to do that.
He wants to do it for somebody donating.
I agree.
That's excellent.
I think that's a great way to do it. Okay.
That's really cool.
Well, then let's take a break and come back in a second and see what else we can get into.
Maybe we'll throw in some gum salad.
You never know. All right. We'll be back in a moment, I believe, for Presidency Blood Drive on MMR.
Preston and Steve.
Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D. If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
Just so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankles. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh
thing.
my God! He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's his
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God!
Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God!
He's always gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character.
Right,
He
yeah.
needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh,
It's
wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mutta truck or mutta trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's a...
Me neither.
Question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding onto the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel...
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say, because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here, celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs.
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
Yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love. We all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the
everybody
fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
Right. You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together.
Okay.
So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim
Yeah.
Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right, but that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But you also, your show aired at 8 o'clock on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself,
right?
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And like,
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show
Fox,
too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea
were afraid.
what was going to happen. But
Right.
once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted.
Constantly.
What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward. Yeah.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
No,
can
that's
you
a
do
good
it?
question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should
It
be
should
allowed.
be,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
Absolutely.
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in
That's
the
why I
club.
didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
outta
allowed.
here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
Well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yeah.
and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
if the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going.
Right.
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up? And then kill the people's
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to
Or
ruin
do
it for
you
other
keep-
people. Yeah,
so,
no. It makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Yeah, which is
for pulling
also
the phone
good.
out.
Yeah.
But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm going to Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff.
Great text came in when we were doing that last segment. It says, "I love you guys. I love that you do the blood drive. My dad has leukemia, needs 2 units a week.
Oh, wow.
And can only get 1 right now due to the shortage. You are truly keeping people alive."
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
So that is just a reminder of what's happening and why this is being done, and why, if you can't make it here today, no big deal. I mean, we're doing this drive. We want it to be the biggest one in the country. But what we really want to do is stimulate people to get out and make donations locally, wherever it may be here, when you can. It doesn't have to be at our event. Just make sure you do it when you can.
Absolutely.
Because there are people out there that can use what you have, and it really is nothing from you to give it. So we would like to, with that in mind, we want to welcome the interim CEO, the Red Cross Southeastern Pennsylvania region. Jennifer Graham is here.
Hi.
Hello, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm doing awesome today. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, speaking a little bit to that text, and you know, people like I'd said in our last segment, I'm like, well, you think blood donations? There's been a tragedy. There's been an earthquake, or you know, there are car accidents, or things like that. But there's so many different reasons that people need blood donations. Correct?
That is correct. You know, it's what you just said. It's the emergencies. It's the traumas that come in, but it's those surgeries that get planned. But a bulk of our blood donations go to help cancer patients, go to help our sickle cell patients in the area. The need is constant every single day.
All right, and this texter mentioned a shortage as well. And are we in a bad place, or is it things, or because I know the times have been critical before.
Yes, it tends to ebb and flow. And right now in the summertime, as a lot of our blood usually comes from high school and college students, they're on a break. Corporations, corporate groups are just coming back into the office. People are taking vacations. We tend to see a little bit of a dip in the summertime. So, you know, if there's a time to donate, then please try and schedule a time this summer if you can.
That was the reason for picking the summer, because we were conferred with you guys initially many years ago, and it works out well. But to Preston's point, anytime you can do it, and there are people who keep a very exact sort of schedule, and they know when they're eligible to do it. On average, how often can you give blood?
So you can give whole blood every 56 days, more or less. If you give a double red cell unit, you had a listener on before that gave that double red cell, that's 112 days that you have to wait. And platelet donations is a little bit less time. It'll vary, but that's more like 2 or 3 weeks.
As they've improved, at least it's my understanding, they're getting better at preserving the blood longer, but it's still, it's doesn't last forever. How long can you keep blood in storage for use?
So the red cells last 42 days, but we typically use them a lot faster than that, just given the volume of hospitals that we connect with here.
Right.
Platelets, which help cancer patients like the person that texted before, only last 5 days.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm curious about the variety of donations. You mentioned the 3 of those. Is that it? Those are the 3 types of donations?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, so with the platelet one, you said it takes a little less time. What's the one where they take some out and they put back into you?
So it has to do with the technology that we have.
Okay.
It's an apheresis machine that takes out the blood into one arm and puts it back into the other. That's for a double red cell donation. The platelets use the same technology, but that is usually 2 arms where they're taking out the platelets and giving you back your red cells and some and your plasma and some saline.
How important will gum salad be for the future of the Red Cross?
Critically important. People will not survive without
She went with it.
They say after you donate blood, you're supposed to either have pot stickers or gum salad. Is that correct?
Preferably be both.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
If you
Yes.
really want to be serious,
We're
about
in
it.
luck today.
Yeah,
Yes.
We've got both. Well, you know what? And a quick question, Jennifer, about obviously there are people that are paid to be here, and this is their job, but there's a lot of volunteers that help out as well. Correct?
There are. Our organization as a whole is driven by volunteers. 90% of our workforce is volunteer-based. We have close to 2,000 volunteers right here in southeastern Pennsylvania across every line of business. So disaster, service to armed forces, international, training, blood. We cannot survive without our volunteer workforce, and we're always looking for more.
Okay, and just redcross.org.
Redcross.org,
If
yes.
you want to donate your time.
Absolutely.
And so the Stephen mentioned phlebotomist. Is that the official title of the people that are drawing the blood?
Yes, yes, and they are paid positions.
And cosmonauts.
And cosmonauts as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Several astronauts too, but yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, listen, thank you, Jennifer. We're happy to be partnering with you guys once again.
Thank
we
you.
love doing this event. We love that you avail us all these resources to make this whole thing happen.
Likewise, thank you very much. 50,000 hospital patients have been helped over the years. Here's to a couple thousand more today.
I love it. Excellent.
love it.
Thank you, Jennifer Graham. CEO of the Red Cross, the Southeastern Pennsylvania region.
Do you know what I noticed, though, the absence of? Menstro.
Menstro, the blood drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah,
Maybe he's at the other location.
He might,
be.
All right.
Speaking of the other location, I have no idea. Did you contact Jackie?
I did. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but I would imagine, I don't know, through the, I don't know. We can just, hey, Jackie, are you there?
No, he would have to be on the phone. My phone screen.
Hi, this is Jackie Bam Bam. I'm away from the phone right now.
Hey, I can't.
Currently taking business. I'll call you back in just a. Wouldn't it be wild if that was his?
Yeah, that was it.
Marissa's got an update for us here.
Rodney is good to go with engineering, so we're just waiting on the cue from Rodney that he will be ready to go.
All right.
He should be there.
Maybe Jason back in the studio.
I don't know. Jason, you got any idea if we have the ability to talk to Jackie Bam Bam live? We were doing phone calls earlier, but we might have a microphone hookup with some broadcast equipment there. All right, we're going to give it a whirl. Let me try this. Jackie Bam Bam, come in. Jackie Bam Bam.
Check. I'm here. Blood. I'm here for
How
your
about that,
blood.
Rodney?
Yes,
It
I'm
works.
here, guys.
Can you hear us okay, Jackie?
Yes, loud and proud.
That's awesome, man. All right, so how things going, buddy?
I'm learning a lot about blood. And what was that big word you just used there?
Phlebotomist.
Yeah, kayak.
Kayak.
Yeah, that's the doctors and the nurses.
Jackie, say kayak.
Kayak.
He got it. He nailed. I bet you learned how to say iron too.
Kayaki. Iron. Yeah, there's iron in your blood.
There is.
They do an iron test.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you have low iron, you can't
great
donate.
interview with Brett Michaels, and he's done I didn't hear the whole thing in here because we got you on, but you're in the background. But he gets his insulin such.
Yeah.
I don't know if you brought that up. But.
No, we
Oh,
did,
yeah,
and
yeah.
he's received. I mean, you remember it was years ago. He had that brain issue. Was he the one who got clocked in the head with the lowering?
Yes,
Yeah.
stage prop or
Stage
something
prop.
like that.
It was
or,
a curtain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it had a heavy. It wasn't like a cloth curtain. It was something
Right.
that banged him in the head. It was pretty wild. But he's had some. He's had some missteps here and there. Jackie, you seem kind of quiet for Jackie Bam Bam.
Well, we sit up out here in the hallway. Everyone, you check in right next to me to my right, and
Right.
then you go in, and then they lay you down on the table. The phlebotomist pull you up to the bed.
Who does that?
The phlebotomist. They are not only taking blood; they're playing classical music.
Oh.
Phlebok. Hey,
But I
speaking
mean,
of
I
music,
think-
hang on. I'm going to interrupt Jackie because in a little while. We're going to play the new Ozzy Osbourne. We have not heard that yet. I know MMR had like the world premiere last night with you and Brent. What tell us about the song?
Well, I'll tell you, we didn't go to sleep yet, me and Brent, and it was definitely well worth it at midnight. Jeff Beck, who's celebrating a birthday today, is your guest guitarist, and there's a lot of guests on this album. And Ozzy, believe it or not, I don't know what kind of love he's on, but Andrew Watt, the producer, just makes him sound unbelievable, and it's about his wife Sharon. I think they're celebrating 40 years, so
That's right.
You definitely get, and it's the title track of his, I think it's 12th album. So.
And Jackie, Ozzy, we were talking, Preston's reported on this. Ozzy Osbourne himself has been through a lot of medical stuff, and he's, I'm sure, been the recipient of some transfusions over the years, so it's very important what's being done today.
Serious operation with the needles getting removed from his neck or something.
Right.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Jackie being at the other location, I just got this text from someone there, and they said, "No sad bro, just gave blood, and I feel fine. It doesn't hurt at all when Bam Bam bites you, really." So Jackie,
whoever that was, they're not. How did that come out? I told him not to tell anybody.
Oh yeah, he's a phlebotomist, but he uses his mouth. Yeah.
A mouth phlebotomist.
Hey, but
A
I
mouth
learned about this,
phlebotomist.
Power Red, it's called. It's the blood that goes through your machine. It goes through a machine, goes through your left arm to your right arm.
Yes.
The guy was just telling me you get super cold at the end of it. You got to put a blanket on you. The rush is incredible.
They keep you very very warm, and you just sit there. That takes about a half hour, I think, 20 minutes to a half hour. If I'm not,
maybe 45 minutes.
Okay.
What time are you there till, Jackie?
Well, 8 to 9, but it's 9:23. But I don't know what that word sleep is, so I'll stay here. And you know me, I got 8 tapes running in my head, Prespo. I thought I would stay here until next year, and then we have like a bloodbath party in here. I could spin all night and just keep it going.
So you were only supposed to be there till 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh man,
He doesn't know that word sleep.
Everyone's coming up and thanking me. I'm like, why are you thanking me, man? This is people helping people. We need blood. This is
well, we
it's almost like
appreciate
Camp
you
Out
staying
Bravo.
after a late shift and doing what you're doing, and both you and Brent were kind enough to continue this on. And then after you guys, Sarah Parker, yes?
Yeah, what time's Sarah coming by?
1 o'clock.
Okay, because Steve and I are going to come and hang out there for a little while. So we'll hang till Sarah gets there.
Yeah, a bunch of mummers want to meet you over here, and I told them you'd be here later. I think that's so cool because last year you were in the studio, so you're broadcasting live today, and like you said, Pierre did it on a Saturday, so this is really, really cool.
Jackie, any special plans for you call it Friday night?
Nick, I know you love the Blues Brothers. Maybe we'll get Rubber Biscuit in for you.
Nice.
I don't know, but I'll be at Motley Crue tomorrow. It's going to be a big day. We got MMRBQ weather. It's going to be like 90 degrees. And I tried to get CC DeVille, by the way, on your show.
Thank you.
But I guess
we did okay.
Brett was awesome, dude. So it was great having him on.
Yeah, he's great. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah, no problem. All right, buddy. Well, thank you for being there. We really appreciate it. I know the listeners definitely appreciate it. So we'll
keep on flip-blocking.
Yeah.
Full box till you drop.
All right, Jackie Bam Bam, the vampire from 93.3 WMMR.
I love him.
I've never heard him quite so subdued.
He's very subdued.
He's
tired. I
think he's tired, and I also think he's probably, there's people walking around looking at him, and he's
Yes, hi, this is Jackie Bam Bam. May I help you?
feels a little bit out of his environment. I don't know, but he's awesome, so that was great. All right, so with that little wrap-up, I think we have not, and this will be a short one, but there are some things from the connoisseur that I definitely want to share with you guys before we head into the weekend.
I can do the stupid voice for the connoisseur. Oh,
thank you.
The special blood donation edition.
There you go. Thank you. And one of the reasons I wanted to, well, actually, there's a couple of good ones, but I know that, sometimes I will get these stories like early in the week, and we normally do the connoisseur on Friday, and I'm like, man, do I share this now or do I wait till the connoisseur?
Well, the truth of the matter is that the idea is, and I think we're probably right in assuming it, that people are looking for things to try when they're going out on the weekend to eat, right?
Yeah,
so that's why the connoisseur kind of sits there. And we've learned over the years that people like to talk about food.
All right, so I saw this on...
Like gum salad.
I saw this on Monday, but I held on to it till today, and apparently there is and this has been popping up on TikTok, and it is a drink that someone has made up that is a little less than it's less sugary and supposed to taste like Coca-Cola, or to some extent. And I have not tried this yet. But
so it's not like a Diet Coke. It's supposed to taste very much like Coke with reduced sugar.
Well, I don't know if it's very much like Coke. It just kind of reminds you of Coke, I guess, a little bit. Anyway, what it is, you take like a seltzer water,
right,
and you add a splash of balsamic vinegar to it.
Oh, yes, I've heard about that.
And it's supposed to be similar to Coca-Cola.
Why don't I believe that? I saw this. Yeah. I don't. There's no way I can imagine that tasting like Coca-Cola.
I really want to try it, Steve. I feel the same way that you do, and then I watched one of these videos.
Yeah.
And the way that the lady responds at the end, she's like, "Look, I'm not drinking Coke at this point,
right?
But it tastes really good."
Yeah.
And she used a special type of La Croix, fizzy soda or whatever,
right.
and the balsamic, and it looked like a Coke. I
so
mean,
is it regular seltzer or is it a flavored seltzer?
Well, that's what she used.
By the way,
La Croix.
What flavor? I mean,
yeah, they have a bunch of different flavors. You can get lemon, you can get a pomegranate, or there's a few different ones.
Is there a possible issue with drinking vinegar?
All right. No, but okay. So, Steve, you sent me this article. I don't know if you remember it or not, but it's a follow-up to this.
Yeah.
And at first, I saw the headline. I'm like, no, I don't really buy this. But then I read it, and I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. That apparently, this is not a good idea for your teeth.
Right. That's it.
Okay.
It actually has an extra corrosive aspect to it.
What I was thinking was, okay, yeah, sure, balsamic vinegar, it's vinegar, it's acid, okay, and that's going to, whatever, but I eat balsamic vinegar salads all the time, and I was thinking, no big deal. How can this be any different if you're just, it's just, how is that different than me eating a salad? Apparently there's a difference, okay? So the video that inspired this, the TikTok video to use balsamic vinegar and seltzer into a cola-like concoction, has received more than 6.4 million views. And one insider reporter writes that she enjoyed the beverage despite its tangy aftertaste. But dentists, however, have not given it their stamp of approval. In fact, the American Dental Association released a statement about the risks of overindulging in acidic beverages in response to the trend. So this is according to Edmund Hewlett, DDS. He said, I love balsamic vinegar, but I enjoy it more in my salad than in my drinking glass. It's much kinder to the teeth than bathing them in a beverage blend of two acids. The more acidic the drink, the greater the risk of tooth erosion with frequent consumption. And it's acid, not sugar, that breaks down the teeth's protective enamel coating. And a study of sugar-free beverages and tooth erosion published in the ADA's Open Access Journal in May confirmed that even sugarless sparkling water caused some erosion, although not as much as traditional sodas. Compared to a sugar-filled Coca-Cola, A glass of soda water with a splash of vinegar may seem like a healthier choice. However, the combination of an already acidic carbonated beverage, which is just that seltzer water, and then sticky sour vinegar is bad news for dental health. The stickiness of the balsamic vinegar will adhere to your teeth long after you've finished your meal, and the acidity has a dual effect of wearing away at your tooth enamel and staining your teeth as well.
That makes sense to me.
But balsamic vinegar is slightly less acidic than other vinegars, but it still has the potential to erode enamel, especially when combined with another acidic ingredient. As the enamel breaks down to reveal a hard yellow tissue called dentin, the teeth may appear discolored. So it's adding that to the seltzer.
I've been drinking it for years, and there's no problem.
So that it will.
I love it. It's my drink of choice.
That it turns into that.
Yeah, and just on a taste level, to my mind, it wouldn't seem like something I would enjoy.
You know,
when I drink Coke, I drink it as a dessert a couple times a year.
You know what I find interesting, though? It says here, as the enamel breaks down to reveal a hard yellow tissue called dentin, the teeth appear discolored. I always thought that, like, discolored teeth, like that stain was from whatever you're eating. You know what I mean? Like coffee stain, like that. But it's the breaking down of that's what your teeth look like under that layer of enamel.
Now, I enjoy
but coffee and things like that can stain your teeth.
Yes, coffee and tea can do that. But I think, my teeth on a scale. When they'll do something, you get your teeth color measured on a scale, and I tend to be a little bit more. Like yellowish?
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't think so.
But look at Kathy.
By looking at you, I would think that, Kathy, tell them your story. Go ahead.
So I got my teeth whitened this week at a dental spa.
Spa.
Listen, that's what it's called.
I know.
And so when I went, they hold up like the fake teeth and they show you what shade you have, and then after the whitening, they show you what shade you went to. And so she showed me the difference, and then the tech was like, just so you know, though, you started the color of your teeth that we started out with is on our bleaching scale. Is on our whitening scale.
Like people pay to get the teeth you already
that
have.
I already had. I go, so you're probably wondering why I'm here. And she's like, no, I get it for you. It's a little discolored and you wanted to change. But yeah, so my tooth color was on that whitening scale. So
did you notice
pretty proud of myself.
Did you notice any difference after?
Oh yeah, okay. Definitely. Yeah, I did the Zoom whitening. Yeah.
How much does that cost?
So I think that it.
Well, everyone's doing Zoom now, so it's much cheaper.
About $500.
Okay.
Wow.
I need.
You want to do it?
So here's the deal. I with my dentist, I ended up getting the outfitted for the
dental dam,
the trays, and then you put the gel in there.
Okay.
It's just, for me, it's a matter of doing it, and I feel like it'd just be so much easier if I just went
and
had them zoom away, and I mean, it's a couple of treatments, right?
No, it's one time. You go through, I think it was 4 15-minute sessions, and of course, because I'm nervous about everything, some people experience pain, and I think you did, Preston.
Yes,
I didn't.
It hurt.
Experience any pain. Now, I think that they do it a little bit different now. Like they put these guards or barrier on my gums so that my gums weren't exposed to the light. So I didn't have any sensitivity there. They said that there's something called zingers where you kind of get almost like a tooth pain afterwards. I got a few of those.
It's amyl nitrate.
But they said you brush with Sensodyne.
Sensodyne, right?
And then that goes away.
I do brush with Sensodyne. That's my toothpaste of choice.
Oh man, I love the Crest Gum Detoxify.
That's really good. Well,
that's my jam.
You gave samples to us one time for kids, and it tastes like bubble gum. Bubble gum toothpaste. It was pretty wild.
But yeah, my wife ended up getting the gum Detoxify, and I just
that was a Beyonce tour, wasn't it?
I think it was, and that's where I think they stole the name from.
Detoxify.
Yeah, it was the Gum Salad sponsored event. Yeah. All right. Anyhow, so just a heads up: if you do the balsamic and seltzer, it's gonna have
you're gonna have nubs where your teeth used to be.
I don't know about that, but anyhow, here's another connoisseur story. So this is a term. These are two words that I never thought I'd see back to back or next to each other. Mailbox lasagna.
All right.
Okay, hang on.
That could work.
A Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Because for me, it's usually linguine I put in my mailbox.
Tennessee weather broadcaster said that it is now hot enough to make mailbox lasagna.
Oh my God! Okay.
So meteorologist Brian Smith breaks it down. You use fully cooked meat, You assemble your lasagna in a small dish and then you place it in the mailbox at 10 a.m. In 4 to 8 hours, your lasagna will be baked if the outside temperature is hot enough for the day.
Now, you assume that the mailman's not going to make a delivery during this time, right? Yeah.
Right. Maybe Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, do they deliver on Sundays, don't they?
Yeah. The last thing is you want your bills being placed into the marinara sauce.
Then we change the name of it. Sunday mailbox lasagna.
My mail actually doesn't come until pretty late. Like sometimes
You'd have time to get a lasagna in there.
No doubt.
It's 4 to 8 hours, depending on how hot it is.
All these things. You ever made sun tea?
Yeah, we used to make it. I like it.
Right.
We've thought about doing that again.
Have you ever had the confidence to do sun chicken?
No, I have not tried sun chicken yet. But you know what? These are typical things that
These are Southern.
You cook an egg on the on the sidewalk. This is when it gets hot. So.
Right.
So they were doing this just as an example of how hot it is. But I've never heard the term mailbox lasagna.
What?
Well, would you ever whip up a mailbox lasagna for us?
Actually, so it wasn't lasagna. It was a chicken and spinach, but it was sort of made like lasagna. You know, it had the melted cheese and all of that. But I made it the other day.
And
I want you to know that it was really good. I forgot to tell you guys.
Everyone at the hospital said it looked delicious.
No, and like my mom ate it and she was like, oh, first she saw it. She goes, oh, that looks good. My dad said, oh, you cooked. And then they had some and they said it was very good.
And you didn't share it with us.
Why would
no,
she?
I didn't.
Yeah, I'm not ready yet.
I'm not ready. Yeah, I can't. You think I'm going to like prance in?
Nope. She relies on us to be healthy.
Preston would look at me and be like, no, thank you, woman.
You cook chicken? No.
Right.
No.
Yes. Yeah, pork?
No.
But hang on, with the lasagna, you have to cook the noodles first, right? Like, well, I don't know if you don't call them noodles. What do you call those things? Blankets.
The
bread blankets.
The pasta blankets.
What they're called, bread blankets.
Wavy blanket.
Casey, it's called lasagna. That is the pasta is called lasagna.
You didn't know that, did you?
No!
Yeah.
That's the name of the actual pasta? Called, I see. I thought the dish was called lasagna.
Yeah.
You don't do the grocery shopping, do you?
No.
Yeah.
No. Hey, here in my defense, I hate lasagna. So I've never bought it.
What's wrong with you?
It's overrated.
Wow,
you just blew Preston's ears out.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, my buddy,
Dear God.
Anthony Cunicelli, I'm going to give him a shout out because he's a really good cook. He was like, yeah, but you've never had my lasagna. I had his lasagna, and I hated his the least of all lasagnas I've ever had.
It's not over.
I love lasagna. I though I'll tell you what, I used to hate ziti. You know why. I'm not going to go into it. But and now I love ziti as well. But you get a really good. You know who surprisingly has excellent lasagna?
Olive Garden. Yeah.
All right, well, hang on. Are baked pastas in general just something that you're not into?
No, just lasagna. I think
like stuffed shells. You like those?
Sometimes.
I have a theory here.
It's the ragout.
Ragout. You don't like
the
that?
best part.
It is the best part.
I think you were set up for failure by Garfield. I think you watched and read Garfield cartoons, saw that he loved it so much,
right?
And you're like, this has got to be the greatest thing of all time, and then dug in, and you're like, that's not the greatest thing of all time.
Is that what let you down? Is that what broke you?
I don't know, man. I really dig a Scooby snack, so no, I don't know. I just all right. So I definitely don't like the ends.
The cheat. No, I love the end.
Yeah.
I love the absolute. I love the ends. I love the whole damn deal. Yeah, and especially when lasagna is overcooked. Absolutely. What do we got?
So I'm reading text messages. Sorry about that. Somebody said, Casey, just try putting ranch dressing on your lasagna, and that might do it for you. All right. Anyway,
say. There are so many dressings that are way better than ranch dressing. All right, so
all right, we're going to talk about something else.
Yeah, we need.
Give me the connoisseur music, please. All right, so this one I got from Marissa Magnata.
All right,
and she's
a member of the show.
She's a member of the radio show. It's a Philly thing, okay? The Arctic Splash.
Yes.
Carton.
Do we know what this is?
Yeah, it's Lehigh Valley Dairies makes this, and there's a lemon. Iced tea that's very popular, specifically in the Fishtown neighborhood of Philadelphia.
The Arctic Splash.
Arctic Splash, yes. And apparently it's going away for good.
Wow.
Yeah, they introduced the personal-sized version of their lemon-flavored iced tea in 1994. At the height of its popularity, they were spotted everywhere from school cafeterias to bodegas across the region. And the Fishtown neighborhood has a special cult-like connection to the carton, according to this article that I'm reading. Somehow, Fishtown became a hot zone for the Arctic Splash. And over the years, there have been numerous features written to prove that point. There have been articles written about this. One mentions that corner stores would sell 10 to 12 cases, about 300 cartons a week.
Jeez.
And that number dropped to 3 or 4 when the company changed their recipe. Dean Foods, who had acquired Lehigh Valley Dairies, swapped out the high fructose corn syrup for real sugar, and then people really didn't like it as much after that.
They wanted the fake taste.
Yeah, well, they wanted that real
sweet,
syrupy. Yeah, so
this is Arnold Palmer we're talking about, basically, right? A lemon iced tea.
Well,
it's a lemon flavored iced tea.
Flavored iced tea.
Right.
Yeah.
Lemonade. Arnold Palmer's a little different.
Lemonade.
It's even sweeter
Yeah.
than Arnold Palmer is. But anyhow, a 2012 Philly Mag article about Interstate Draft House came out. A bartender at the tavern found at 1235 Palmer Street concocted the Fishtown iced tea on a whim one day after cleaning up littered cartons from the playground next door. So the next day, she cracked open a few fresh Arctic Splashed iced tea cartons to max capacity, added rum, vodka, triple sec tequila, and a little bit of sour mix and a splash of Coca-Cola. The drink special, which is essentially a Long Island iced tea, but a Philly iced tea is more like it, was served right out of the cardboard container. So that was kind of novelty-ish.
Yeah.
You know, they were
So it's
drinking out of
an
that.
alcohol drink?
They mixed alcohol into it.
All right, okay, all right. Now I got you.
So the bar,
I'm on board now.
So they would do it in the container,
All right.
and then it took off. And the Fishtown iced tea became the signature drink of Interstate Draft House, which you find themselves years later buying pallets of cartons at a time. But when new owners took over the bar a few years ago, the cocktail stayed on the menu. Fast forward to May of this year, Dean Foods informed customers that Arctic Splash would only be available in gallon form moving forward.
Okay.
They were discontinuing the product of the famed cartons.
So they're not doing away with the product; they're doing away with the sizes you can purchase it at.
Yeah, and the owners of Interstate Draft House bought up as many as cartons as they could, but in just over a month, that supply depleted. So that's coming to an end.
On a different note, but similar to this, don't you hate when you go to a place and they have something that you love and they indiscriminately take it off the menu?
Yeah, they did
It
that.
drives me crazy.
I haven't been to Iron Hill Brewery in years, but they had this Carolina pulled pork barbecued sandwich that I would get. I loved it. And then they took it off the menu. And I was like, why?
I'm going to kill you.
It was my favorite. No.
Yeah.
I want to fight you.
I want to fight you.
It was one of my absolute favorite dishes. Now, it may be back on the menu because, like I said, I haven't been in a little while. So I'll have to go back and check on that sometime in the near future.
Yeah, it just drives you
But
crazy.
I hate it, yeah. When you know something's good, but maybe you're the only one. I mean,
I don't care.
It doesn't matter, right? I want to fight you
I want to
anyway.
fight you.
What about
I'll
those
take
things-
you back and beat the hell out of you.
Those things that Redstone used to have at their Sunday brunch, we all agreed that those were delicious, and they took them away.
Did they take that away?
Yeah, it's something different now.
What that kind of pecan?
Yeah.
The
Deliciousness.
yeah, whatever that
Yeah.
thing was. Oh my God.
They took it. They do still give something before your meal, but they took that specific one away.
Do you remember my story about that? As I was there,
thought you were
they
special?
brought it over. I'm like, someone recognized me.
Oh my God.
Can we do something for Table 7? That's Preston Elliott, who is a legend in broadcasting. We certainly, and then every other table's getting it.
Yeah, they do it for everybody.
Dude.
I'm like, oh, wow.
Every table
I'm a
had
little
it.
embarrassed by this, but thank you so much.
Did
I guess I should say something. Ladies and gentlemen,
All right, thank you. I'll stand up.
I'm
Thank you.
so thrilled.
Yes, it's me.
I'll share these with you, though they made them specifically for me.
I'll tell you guys, I had an appearance at a beer distributor. This is in the early spring, and I was standing there talking to somebody, and I saw these two people looking over at me, and so I was talking. I'm like, hang on a second, I got to go say hi to these people over here. So I go to say hi. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I'm Kate, and I introduce them, and they have no clue who I am. They don't care. I was just standing directly in front of the Chickies and Pete's crab fry truck, and that's what they were looking at. They were staring at the crab fry truck.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like,
Is that your truck? No.
oh, thank God, because I was
You
about
never do that. You let them bring it up.
I was about to ask
Yeah.
them, hey, do you want a picture?
Oh,
No.
God.
And-
Yeah.
And then they tell the story to their friends the next day. Oh my God! Last night this guy came up to us and asked if we
He's
wanted
so
a picture
lonely.
with him.
He's so lonely. He was asking us to take pictures with him.
Oh my God, that is the best.
They didn't.
Yeah.
They
No,
didn't care
they didn't care.
one. Oh, thank God I didn't.
You mean we can take a picture with your truck?
Yeah. All right, anyhow, that's all I've got
it?
for. Yeah, it's a short one. I want to take a break. You know why? because I want to hear the new Ozzy Osbourne song. Are we going to play that when we get back?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that. We are at the, I believe for Preston and Steve, Blood Drive, and we are at the Expo Center, Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. There's also a live casino where it's taking place. And Jackie Bam Bam is there now. We're going to be there a little bit later on. But we'll take a break, come back in a second. I got Bizarre File and new Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah.
We return. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
That got it done?
That got it done. Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them. So
And the blaxploitation movies of the
those
70s.
are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with "Don't Be a Menace."
Yeah.
So
I was on the set of "I'ma Get You, Sucker." 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing, and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later, Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
no, I actually don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles, and there you go. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things like that.
Pussy, Harriet Pussy.
Yeah. No,
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
the playoff of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Moneypenny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole, too?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going. like your
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We have like a
He does have a
bonding
secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something.
Furthermore, I did. And that.
Hey, I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and
certainly
then
true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh.
That part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes! Yes! And you have access to, right? You can be on premises, yes?
Something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh, my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh, my God. We found something in common.
I like spaghetti, too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that the band will do anything for the radio station? I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again, I
cannot affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
Did you just say, oh, Gershly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes.
Potatoes.
Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes, just continue to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
it's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up? What
This
up?
morning,
What it
Rel.
do? I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap, getting an award for that.
Yeah, it's actually really dope because also last night my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we just took it. I told her this morning, like, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in
Yeah.
Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar. They may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad. Because
Wow.
his dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this old, like he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
So he was him who came up with the idea of this.
Came up with the idea.
This guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape, but the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours, so when I show up on set, they already old, and when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics, and I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team, and you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It just is a stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. This was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. I went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where, like, either this is going to do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we loved Jordan Peele, and I just loved the script. Once the trailer came out and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is going to do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the
it was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me, like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
It's on the disc.
On the disc.
You can get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of
get over to Live Casino. We're going to, since we're doing the broadcast over here and Pierre's doing the broadcast over here, let's give away those tickets to that.
We'll throw him a bone, and that's a good bone to be thrown in the world of bone throwing.
And apparently it was Brett Michaels' personal guest list.
That's fantastic.
Pretty fantastic. That was really nice of him. So we'll head over there when we're done with this show, and we'll get a random winner. We'll just as a thank you.
I'm going to donate over there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I think that's
hoping
the way to
I'll have
go.
time. I would like to as well. So let's get to that. We have Zorfile Store. Hey! So let's do it, Jason. Hit it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I got your stories. Let's start with, how about this kind of messed up one? Very messed up one. British authorities say that they have rescued a child who was targeted in a disturbing international organ harvesting plot.
They were going after a kid?
Yeah, so I've
heard about these. This is really on the rise.
I've always thought that some of this is just, hearsay, but apparently
I'm feeling that less and less these days.
Yeah, a man and a woman have been charged with conspiracy over a plan to bring the child to the UK in order to harvest their organs.
So are we talking primarily church or like Wurlitzers?
No, not those type of organs. Not like you would play.
Oh,
as an instrument.
Oh, well then that's
talking
even worse.
About lungs and livers
okay.
and kidneys, and so. No details were immediately available on the age and gender of the child. Nigerian nationals Beatrice Nwanake Ekwemardu and Ike Ekwemardu are standing trial for conspiracy to arrange or facilitate travel of another person with a view to exploration.
It's horrible.
Exploitation, namely organ harvesting. The allegations come after an investigation by the Specialist Crime Team in Scotland Yard, which deals with serious offenses in the English capital, and cops launched their inquiry last month, leading to the duo's arrest after police were alerted to possible crimes being committed under modern slavery legislation.
Do you know where this is supposedly going on a lot? In China.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Forced organ harvesting, in which organs are surgically removed from a victim against their will, has been addressed by recent legislation in the UK. A law passed in April partly aims to disrupt the black market organ trade by making it illegal for Brits to travel overseas to purchase an organ, a practice known as organ tourism.
Do you remember for a while they were people selling like a kidney on eBay? And eBay had to institute. Mind you, this was the person themselves,
right, offering up their own,
falling on hard times or whatever. Yeah, but they had to put the kibosh on that.
Can't do that. A Minnesota man who allegedly admitted to shooting and killing a trophy-sized bear in his backyard last year now faces six charges related to the hunting violation. Michael J. Thielen was charged with 3 gross misdemeanors and 3 additional misdemeanors.
He was my husband.
According to court documents, authorities received 2 anonymous tips about the bear's killing in early September. Conservation officers met with Thielen at his home, where he admitted to baiting the bear with birdseed and donuts.
He did so love his birdseed.
Before killing it in the middle of the night on July 28th.
I was back at the cave making him gum salad.
The trophy-sized bear had a score of over 20 with its hide weighing 80 pounds. I don't know what the score is.
It's SATs.
Oh, is that what that was?
Verbal and math. He wasn't bright.
But he was your husband.
He was my husband.
Thielen told authorities that he wrapped the bear in plastic after shooting it. And when he returned home from work, the bear was warm and covered in bees, and he took 50 to 60 pounds of meat off the animal before it became full of maggots. Thielen
sounds so delicious, I can't stand it.
Now, this is what he's saying. But the Thielen then left the bear skull outside to allow insects to clean it. And
by the way, what kind of baggie can accommodate a bear?
And used a skid steer loader to haul the rest of the animal to a dumpster. After the killing, Thielen allegedly bought a resident surplus bear hunting license to attempt to cover the killing that occurred weeks before the start of the season.
You can't do that.
His charges related to using artificial lights to hunt, wanton waste of an animal, hunting out of season, taking the bear without a license, and placing bait without a license and baiting the bear. So he did like a bunch of things that were totally illegal when it comes to hunting. The Florida man who gave police 2 baggies of methamphetamine and asked them to test the stash for him will have to perform community service and refrain from using alcohol and drugs. Thomas Colucci entered a pre-trial intervention contract that defers his prosecution for possession of meth and drug paraphernalia. Apparently, he was arrested in March after calling police to say that he wanted law enforcement to test the meth that he had purchased from a drug dealer named JJ, who he met at a bar near his Tampa area residence.
Listen, can you come to my house too? I'm building bombs, and I'm not sure they're built right.
When cops arrived at Colucci's home, he handed over 2 baggies containing a crystalline substance. After using some of the drug, Colucci explained that he became concerned that JJ sold him bath salts, the synthetic stimulant, and not meth.
Yeah, I also run a whorehouse. I need you to come over and teach my ladies what's right. You know what I'm saying?
Colucci said that he was a drug addict who had consumed meth in the past, and he knows what meth should feel like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Noting that the substance,
There's got to be a law against making bad meth.
noting that the substance he ingested did not leave a burning sensation, Colucci added that he believed that the meth was actually bath salts from a Google search that he conducted.
He's great at research.
He said he called 911 because he didn't want other users to purchase fake meth from JJ.
There could be issues.
He told police that he wanted JJ in trouble because he believed that the drugs that JJ was selling were dangerous. But a field test of the substance handed over by Colucci positively identified the presence of methamphetamine, so he was wrong.
Well, at least he didn't lose a friend over it.
It's like when you think you know it's decaf coffee.
Yeah.
You know? And
Why can't you make a decent meth at home?
Yep. The Grand Canyon National Park has seen more than 110 cases of gastrointestinal illness closely resembling the highly contagious neurovirus since May. As of June 10th, the park listed at least 118 people who have become sick with symptoms similar to those of the neurovirus.
You think it'd be like in a park situation, the likelihood of transferring that to other park goers seems more limited, but I guess it's happening.
So what if it's at a cafeteria or something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if it's at like the North Rim, like center there.
Yeah.
That's a bad rim job right there.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a bad rim job, right?
It causes vomiting, diarrhea. Well, that might be a bad job. A little diarrhea involved in it. Cramping, body aches, and a mild fever. And one case came when a hiker was trekking the canyon, came across 2 people affected by the illness who were vomiting and stuck with their friends with no water. Christy Key said, I came across 2 hikers violently ill, no water left, and apparently she had to
put them down.
She had to call a helicopter to
wow.
come in and rescue them. And they initially didn't want to go, but she
I don't want to go.
talked them into
I'm having such a good time.
I'm going to throw up.
I'm going to throw up. They were easy to find. They left a trail.
Yep. All right, and then this one. This is interesting. American artistic swimmer Anita Alvarez was in danger of drowning after losing consciousness in the pool at the World Championships in Budapest before being rescued by her coach, Andrea Fuentes.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of this.
Yeah.
The
coach jumped in and saved her.
The lifeguards weren't reacting.
Correct. Fuentes, a 4-time Olympic medalist in synchronized swimming, jumped into the pool after she saw Alvarez sink to the bottom at the end of her solo free final routine. She was given medical attention beside the pool before being taken away on a stretcher. And it was the second time that Fuentes has had to rescue Alvarez after she leapt into the pool during an Olympic qualification event last year.
If you keep fainting in the pool, you might have an issue that should keep you out of the pool.
Is she holding her breath too long?
Well,
I don't know.
I'm thinking that's what it is. I'm thinking that these events are harder than we realize.
The synchronized artistic.
That they're underwater for a long time, and they're also doing highly physical stuff, and they might run out of air while
If you've ever tried to paint underwater, it's
my goodness,
it's
so hard,
virtually impossible unless you're using watercolor.
But they got her out of there, and they were trying to decide if she was going to be okay for participation in today's team event. So,
okay,
and there you go.
It's amazing to watch that stuff, though.
Yeah,
there were 2 people who did a synchronized thing where it basically looked like they were in space. They were doing. You know, but to control your body in water like that with such precision, it's got to take a lot out of you.
I mean, listen, I have been swimming my entire life, but I did water polo a few years back.
And your horse drowned.
Dude, I didn't realize that he didn't know how to swim.
It's the old joke.
No, but what was really difficult was going from treading to a full-on sprint.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't have anything to push off of.
Right, yeah.
It's actually very taxing.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, so we're taking another break.
Yeah.
When we come back, we'll do the lesson question, trash, and music news. We are at The I Bleed for Presidency blood drive, our 17th annual one. We're at the Expo Center at Oaks, and we'll come back with more. Pierre Robert coming up, too. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
The theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's a. I mean, here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy.
But you know what made it work though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie,
and that's why it works. When they try to over yuck it up, that's when they screw it up. Because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing and the movie got you into something else. And you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of the... First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
so I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh, man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like, they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and if I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability.
It's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improvising lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so for instance, like, it's not, I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like, they'll a cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness, though, drops dramatically after, like, 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yep.
She's got just a wonderful beaver.
Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time.
Wow.
Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got to. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver
pick to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff,
Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow. You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff all throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends called her that.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had Jerkoff as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her
you know.
friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the Jerkoff for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh, my God.
But and you know, there's countless names like that that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what he says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
APOLOGIZES.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis.
Yes.
Is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think it's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy bought.
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and I used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years.
I just saw that walking by. How you doing, buddy? What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Fran McMahon.
Fran McMahon. Now, please tell me that's a wig you're wearing, too.
Yes, that is a Rambo wig.
A Rambo wig, and he made a shirt called
Side Along Kong.
Side Along Kong Kong.
That's a perfect shirt. That's genius.
That's our Nell phrase. Dude, that is fantastic. Thank you. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Roslyn, and I received my Rambo wig from these guys, Preston and Steve. You may have heard of them.
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar. I'm familiar. Dude, thank you for being here. What time's your appointment, by the way?
Done.
Just got done.
Done. Awesome. All right, we'll go get some cookies and stuff and chill out for a little bit.
You must be tie-tie.
Frank, tie-tie.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, by the way, and we're at the blood drive. I didn't even, I saw him walking by and I went right into that. I didn't get to say Foo Fighters or anything like that. But I got a text from somebody, and I am curious about this, and maybe there is a Red Cross person that could tell us this. It says, hey, always wanted to know, and now seems like perfect time to ask. Is it true you can't donate blood if you smoke marijuana?
I have not heard that.
Says, I'm a daily smoker and would like to donate, but have always heard this.
Well, all right, let's get a learned person here.
Marissa's going over to Jennifer Graham, the interim CEO, and she's going to ask her.
She kind of tilted her head when you said that.
Like,
it's a good question, but they don't. It's not one of the preliminary questions that they ask you when you do the questionnaire. So
the one thing you cannot do is to be a regular consumer of gum salad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If it's not asked on the questionnaire, then it shouldn't be an issue. So.
They're talking through it.
Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, maybe they don't want to talk about that. But listen, it's don't ask, don't tell.
It's like asking about their exes.
Right. There you go. Nobody really wants to.
Oh, wait. We got a definitive piece of information.
Jennifer Graham, interim CEO, Red Cross, Southeastern Pennsylvania. All right, Jen, a listener texts in and says, always wanted to know, and this seems like a good time to ask, is it true you can't donate blood if you smoke marijuana?
Long story short, that is not true.
Okay.
Certainly want people to be responsible and perhaps maybe not in do that before you donate. but
Right.
certainly, yes. It's not a
Don't
referral.
spark up on the way to the blood drive.
That makes sense because
exactly
they're going to take blood. Like you wouldn't want to drink right before you came here either.
No, thank you.
All right, got it. Thank you very much, Jennifer. All right,
However, vigorous sex is recommended.
yes, right beforehand, even if you're by yourself.
Even if you're
rub one
in
out.
the car, there's more than enough area to go park.
But that's a
under
good
tree.
question. So this person had been hesitant to donate blood.
You want to know?
Because they'd always heard that and never really took the time.
There's somebody who could donate blood now. It's been hep to that.
Yep, exactly. So happy to answer that question for you. All right, we need to do today's lesson question so we can give away a prize. The prize is a pair of tickets to see To Kill a Mockingbird, which is going to be the Academy of Music on July 13th. The show is at 7:30 p.m. And the question that we're going to go with today is, what is Stallone's favorite video ever? 215-263-WMMR. If you were listening this morning, you heard Sly pop on and say he loves watching this video. Cracks him up.
It does.
What's his favorite video? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard it and you know the answer, call us right now. While you're calling, we'll do the trash. Here we go.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. You can protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. The Preston and Steve listeners get 15% off when you mention our show. Just go to drytechcorp.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Jussie Smollett saying in a recent interview that he gives no time to people who believe he lied about being attacked. Smollett also revealed he currently has a staggering surplus of time. 8-year-old Prince George gave back during the coronavirus lockdown in England. The little guy held a bake sale to benefit charity. As a gift for his generosity, George has been allowed to keep 2 commoners as pets, which is very nice. And finally, Farrah Abraham has officially been charged with battery and disorderly conduct stemming from an incident back in January. To make matters worse, Abraham just learned that she's been called to appear before the Great Council of Hookers. That could be difficult. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. I'm going to try and pull this caller up myself. It's the first time I've had a chance to do this morning, so bear with me. We need to know what Stallone's favorite video of all time is, and I will go to Brian and see if we can get an answer. Hey, Brian, can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're a little fuzzy.
All right, well, I'll do my best. What is Stallone's favorite video, please?
Is it the orangutan driving the golf cart?
That is correct. Yes. It worked. Hang on, Brian. We'll get your information, then we're going to give you a pair of tickets to see To Kill a Mockingbird. That show is going to be the Academy of Music on July 13th, 7:30 p.m. That show runs from July 12th through the 24th, and you can get tickets at kimmelculturalcampus.org. Let's get to music news, shall we?
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you by Everfresh Juices and Juice Drinks. There's an Everfresh juice for every occasion with over 40 flavors to choose from, including their premier apple juice line with your favorite apple to eat. Now available in a bottle to drink. And I just have a couple of things here. Motley Crue, Tommy Lee, obviously he broke his ribs. We were talking about this the other day. And he threw ribs and beer into the crowd during Wednesday night's stadium tour concert at Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. After playing 3 songs with his bandmates, Lee told the crowd that he had broken 4 ribs and that his doctor told him he couldn't perform. At that point, he threw a pan full of beer cans and ribs into the crowd.
Is that a thing?
I guess
Is that kind of what he's known for?
I think he's just playing off the fact he broke his ribs.
Yeah.
So he's throwing ribs out in the crowd.
I don't know about that.
As we said, he was replaced for the remainder of the set by Tommy Clufetos.
So is he showing up for the shows and just hanging
and
out?
He's playing a few songs.
Right.
He's playing he's playing like 2, maybe 3 songs, and then he bails because he shouldn't be doing any at all, to be honest.
That is pretty weird.
I think it's okay that he's doing that.
Yeah.
I think it's giving the fans a little bit of something at least.
Right.
And in fact, Poison drummer Ricky Rocket said that Tommy Lee's getting too much flack for having broken ribs just before they hit the road for the stadium tour. Although Lee, against doctor's orders, is braving through a handful of songs every night. Rocket said in an interview, he was asked if he knew the Tommy Lee was injured thing prior to hitting the road, and he said, I didn't know anything about it. He said, I swear I didn't. I went out and he wasn't playing. I'm like, what is going on, guys? So I went back and got the lowdown. And he went on to say that he thinks it sucks that some fans are slamming Tommy for not playing the full set with the crew. He said he's taking a lot of heat. I don't think he should, because I think what's cool about what he's doing is he's coming out there and he's going, this is painful to do, but I want the audience to know that I'm here. I'm here for the duration. I'm not wussing out on this. Instead of running home and sitting 6 weeks out while he recovers, he's on the road. He's part of the team, and I think that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. At least he's not just blowing it off entirely. He's trying.
He's giving a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they always say, give a little bit.
Yeah, if you can. All right, and then finally, POD. Remember POD?
Yes.
Dan? Oh, yeah. They will re-release their 2008 album, When Angels and Serpents Dance.
It's really wild to see it. They do the Charleston.
On October 14th. The entire project will be remixed, remastered, and will include the bonus track.
Marissa's in the
it's a
Charleston.
little dance.
Yeah.
Will include the bonus tracks, Don't Fake It, Riding With You, and Walk on Water. And the band has shared the album's opening track, Addicted.
What was their biggest hit?
Hold on.
Youth of a
My
Nation?
Youth of a Nation.
We are
Last resort.
the youth.
Cut My Life Into Pieces. Is that them?
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. No breathing.
Kathy, solo.
No,
Cut my
I'm
steak
not
into
soloing.
pieces.
It trailed off at the end. I was going to jump in,
my
but I didn't know where
God.
anyone
we'll
was.
start all over again.
Okay.
Cut my life into pieces.
How old are they now? Should it be Cut My Steak into Pieces?
Oh, Jesus. Are we sure that was them, POD?
Oh,
I
no.
thought it was.
No, you're right. That was Papa Roach.
That's like
I'm
it's
such
Papa
an a-hole.
Roach. Yeah.
Liar!
Oh my God!
I think
You were right.
Euthanasia.
Youth of a Nation. Who said that?
Me.
Steve did.
Steve, you're right.
So it was all that for nothing?
Well, not for nothing.
Not for nothing.
I mean, it was fun.
Pretty good sing-along.
You have so severely disappointed Kathy, who's
know.
all ready to jump in.
So
We kind of jammed there for a minute.
Yeah.
You did.
We should do that all the
But
time.
again, the end sucked.
You always got to
suck the
pull
end.
down your pants and take a crap on it, don't you?
A big swirly.
Yeah. All right, anyway, so we got, that was Papa Roach did Last Resort.
Yeah.
And then POD did Youth of a Nation.
And we did it better
Oh,
than
you know
anyone.
what? It was Alive was their big one.
I'm so alive.
Alive. You remember
For the
that?
very first
I thought it was
time.
Summer Lovin'.
Have me a blast.
No. You know what it was? Mock.
Yeah.
That was it.
I don't have that clip ready.
All right, anyway. So how much did we get wrong in all of that?
About everything.
No, I think Alive was their big first hit, and then Youth of a Nation was another one.
We
Was
are the youth of
The Nation. I remember that song.
Yep.
It was a good song. Yeah.
The people here are looking at us quizzically and not necessarily laughing.
Quizzically, that's a good word.
We do this every day, folks. But anyway, I remember that they were kind of they had like a religious tone to
But
it.
that's I thought, yes.
They were like a Christian rock band of sorts. So, all right, anyway, I think we're done now. I'm wrapping it up and pulling the plug.
Absolutely, man.
We're going to take a break.
We're almost entertainment overload at this point.
We'll come back in a moment, and we will wrap things up and hand it over to a true professional.
So she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you, that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in
Amsterdam during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get,
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching
it
out. Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe
Preston-
you should
so
let Steve
Preston-
stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny.
She packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah. You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh. You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little...
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartz.
Yeah,
everybody is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
And the Preston and Steve Show live at the Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, Pennsylvania for the I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive. I'm so happy, Casey, that you brought your electric scooters with you this morning.
Yeah.
Number one, there's just enough room to ride around and have some fun, but it's a good way to go over and meet with everybody who's lying down, making donations and saying hi and checking on everybody. It was a good idea.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if we could use them actually on the air, and even though we didn't, I was glad that we were able to play with them off air.
Is this so? There's one that has. It looks like it has an extended battery pack right here. Is that the newest one?
That's the newest one that I just.
And is that the top model?
I think there's another model above that one.
Huh.
Yeah, there's one that I don't know. I have like 3 different models, but that one goes the fastest and it goes the farthest.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're really awesome, and they're relatively speaking, like if you're talking about an electric bike, these are not that expensive.
No. I mean, compared to an electric bike, no, not at all. And so I like to use these. I was telling Marissa these would be perfect for like if you lived in the city or whatever,
right?
Like just kind of like zipping around or whatever. But down the shore with like parking the way it is, when I go and like order food, and I'll just go on the scooter. I'll go pick up the food because I don't have to worry about parking anywhere.
Right.
It's perfect.
Yep. And by the way, I was using it to zip around and say hi to people. I've noticed a variety of old school Preston and Steve blood drive shirts that are
some real classics.
I saw like a Game of Thrones theme one over here a moment ago. One that's like the lifeguard theme one. There's another one that has like a Jaws theme.
Batman.
The Batman one. The new ones, obviously.
Night of the Living Dead.
Yes.
Jaws.
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead theme one. And so thank you so much for bringing the throwback shirts.
Yeah.
And wearing them. There's a Privilege shirt that's right over there as well. So it's been really awesome. And I would like to thank also our one and only guest, Mr. Brett Michaels on the show today.
Great.
He was excellent.
Yeah.
It was so great to talk to him. And also Jennifer Graham, who is the interim CEO of Red Cross Southeastern Pennsylvania.
Also want to thank our friends from Recovery Centers of America. So they, the Devon location, they're here representing. So it's a drug and alcohol addiction treatment center. If you have any issues with drug or alcohol dependency, you can give them a call at 1-800-RECOVERY. But they're here and they've been here all morning. I believe they're going to be here all day. So
we got a chance to check out that Devon location, and it's pretty amazing.
It's beautiful.
A lot of good being done there.
Absolutely. We welcome to the microphone now, Mr. Piero.
Hey. Well. Good day, citizens, and good day, blood givers. Here in Studio B, what is this place?
It's the Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks.
Hall C.
Where are we?
We're in Oaks,
Where in
Pennsylvania.
God's name is Oaks?
It's the Anthony Michael Hall.
So it's about we're about 10 minutes from King of Prussia.
Right. We're actually very close to major civilization hubs. However, it feels like you're in the midst of the Amish country.
No.
And then all of a sudden, there is, this giant complex where we've done a lot of stuff here over the years, and they have so many events here, and it's so big they can do 3 or 4 or 5 things. But I came in Hall B. So is this B or C?
This is C. You actually came in through C. B and C are right next to each other. If you look up above the signs here when you walk in, when I came in this morning, it was dark, so the lights were on, and the Hall C light wasn't lit up, but it is indeed right next to B. So if you were to go out the doors and go to the right there into those next doors, you'd be in B.
There's actually a big gaming convention right next to us.
Oh, wow.
Right now. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought I was coming into Hall B, but it's actually Hall C.
Correct.
So that's important to state publicly.
Yes, I agree.
And stand by it.
And items of clarity like that is what you will get in the entire program today.
It's all about clarity.
And Kathy is going to stay and sing metal songs.
No, I'm going to the gaming convention.
And gaming convention, and she's coming back, and she's going to do a little poison number for us later.
Little poison number?
Yeah, a little, like blood.
Unskinny bop?
Unskinny bop. Got blood in my roses or whatever.
Yes.
Got, all that stuff.
Yeah, one of those. The hits.
The big hits.
All the hits.
The big hits.
Yeah.
Where's my bandana? That kind of thing.
Well, should we have a prize to give away, and we need your help.
Yes.
Jason, letter of the day, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in excitable.
All right, we now, from this excitable boy, have a word that we have before you, brought to us by Pierre Robert. If you know what it is, I need you to be the fifth caller, 215-263-WMMR, and we will see if you indeed can claim the prize. So fifth caller, 215-263-WMMR. Give us a call right now. So you are hanging out here for the entire program today.
I like to go around and lean over people that are giving blood and scare them.
Ooh.
And it's fun. I love this event. It's so cool. You know, that story you read earlier of the gentleman who had cancer. And, you know, he needs this blood. It's the most direct gift you can give. It's your very essence.
Exactly.
So
yeah, it doesn't get more pure than that.
It really doesn't. So it's a wonderful thing that you do. One of many wonderful things that you guys do on a regular basis.
Well,
So-
you're here doing it too, so
Yeah.
you're part of it.
But it's your drive, and you know you guys have come up with so many great things that have helped the community in small and large ways, and so this is a large one, and it's very cool. Before going forward with what's on my program, I also want to give a shout out to Jason Fayon, who runs the board for you guys on all these live broadcasts and does such a great job. And
It's really important to thank Jason when you can. When you have the opportunity to thank him, you know, with a microphone and a large audience in front of you, it's important to thank Jason specifically.
You are a bastard.
Oh, no.
You are a rock-solid bastard.
Rock-solid.
You
All right.
Rat bastard.
May you open up the cut in your arm and bleed out some more.
I love you too.
Yeah, peace and love. Beat it, creep.
Hit the road, chump.
Crumb bum.
Crumb bum.
You turkey.
You turkey dog. Where's that turkey bacon company where we need them?
Gotcha.
Wrap you up in turkey bacon and fry you, you mother effer.
Did you make a Godshalls reference?
Wow.
Yes, I think I did.
Yeah.
So he's good to stroke the clients.
Yeah. Well, particularly a good vegetarian plug for turkey bacon.
Yeah.
You got to love that. Now, yes.
Furthermore,
I just thought it'd be nice to acknowledge Jason.
Absolutely.
Because he's running the board.
Yeah, I think I forgot to thank Jason when we did our last live broadcast. We were at Subaru, and I got done. I did this big thank you, and all of a sudden, I put my headphones down, and I go, damn it, I forgot to thank Jason.
So
Sorry,
thank
Jason.
You did
Jason.
thank him during the Radio Hall of Fame speech, though, Preston.
Oh, God. And he's got a wonderful brew pub called Bill's Best out in Glenside, right past the Keswick Theater.
There you go.
So what I can't thank him for in the events that I've missed publicly, in the huge events where he's sitting there, and I thank everyone else under the sun, and my eyes averted the little text that I had written in my bad handwriting, and I looked down, and then I skipped 4 people, but he was the most important of those. And I have never forgotten it. He is quite over it, but I have still tortured myself with it ever since then. Thank you, Jason. If I get in that Hall of Fame, he's the first person I'm going to thank.
All right.
And then you're going to say horrible things about Nick, right?
Yeah. And I'm going to say the one guy I don't want to thank is this guy, Nicky McQuan, who is, you know, a wuss.
A bastard.
A creep.
And, a creep. And
a rock-hard bastard.
Yeah.
I like creep.
Yeah, creep.
Can I get the winner now for the word?
Oh, right.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's.
I'm just trying to move it along, okay?
I know what you're trying to do. I'm trying to interrupt.
Wake up.
Is this thing on?
We're going to
Next
Dave.
show at 11.
We're going to Dave. Hi, Dave. You're caller number 5. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Preston. How are you guys? Rock. How are you?
Thank you. All right, Dave McKay. What's the word? What's the word of the week?
I'm hoping, guys. I'm hoping. I think it's moose, M-O-O-S-E.
You can do the moose.
That is correct, Dave.
Or whatever that line is you have.
Jason, Kathy, Marissa, and Pierre for another great blood drive. Yay! More rock.
Hey, Dave, how many times have you won things from us? How many things have you won from us?
Oh, I've been pretty lucky.
18 million things? Or is this 18,767,422?
Wow,
you're all excellent.
It's great. There were 4
Dave,
shows going
I'm
on.
going to put you on hold here. Hang on, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. $500 from the Bagster.
The Bagster.
That's what, ow, that hurts. The Bagster is by far the most convenient an affordable way to help with your home cleanup, and you can go buy it at any home improvement store. Fill it and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. So we'll set you up with that. Thank you very much to the Bagster.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to mention what's on your show today?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll be doing a block of the bands for the big thing tomorrow with Def Leppard and Crew and Joan Jett and Poison, and a huge thematic block of Blood songs, which will be fun.
Perfect and appropriate.
Yeah. Excellent. Let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors, Acme, official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, locations all over, and now open in King Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. And finally by Pella Windows and Doors. Take advantage of their summer sale today at PellaPhilly.com. Next week on this program, comedian Neil Brennan will be joining us. Robert Irvine will be on the show. Jane Seymour is going to be in our studio.
That's pretty cool.
Such a lovely woman. Froggy will be in our studio. And it will actually be the legitimate birthday of Ann Gorski next week. So we'll probably celebrate that, I think. All right, that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. Steve and I are headed over to Live Casino.
Yes.
To check in with blood donors there. Pierre Robert handling the duties here at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. So thank you so much. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.